Shakti. Sorry, Mother HLADINI DEVI. There is no Shakti. Please forgive me. Some of us may know bits and pieces of this great Vaishnavi, but today we're going to have the opportunity to hear more and understand her more, and hopefully help us appreciate her more. So our gathering here today is not just a moment for mourning, which is part of it because of how it all unfolded, but it is also a moment to reflect on who Mother HLADINI was, is, and forever will be, and how her devotional service impacted and continues to impact people all over the world. So even though it is sort of mourning, but in reality, it is a moment of celebration. So we're here today to celebrate the glorious activities of Her Grace HLADINI Devi Shakti, HLADINI Devi. And together with me, I have a couple of wonderful devotees who are going to help me representing Hare Krishna Africa to steer this program. So we have Her Grace Krishna Shakti, we have Kusha Prabhu, we have Salika Prabhu, who are all at the background. They're going to help us do this program so beautifully. And we would also like to register our humble obeisances and our full dandavats to His Holiness Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj, who is in the house. Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much for blessing this occasion with your presence. Hare Krishna. Excuse me. So before we proceed, like I was saying, there have been some few changes because we have some devotees speaking from India, and the time difference is a bit odd for them because it is 7:30 p.m. their time. So we would like Mother Krishna Shakti to hereby invite Mother Vishwadika Devi to begin the program with us. So Krishna Shakti Devi, please, you may go ahead. Hare Krishna. Thank you, all devotees. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. It is an honor to be here, and I look forward to presenting and welcoming everyone. All right, so we are going to begin with a short bio from Her Grace, the Vishwadika Devidasi. Originally from Canada, Her Grace began her devotional journey in the United States as early as a member of the New Vrindavan community. Together with her husband, Dvaita Prabhu, she raised funds for the establishment of the Bhakti Center in New York. For the past 9 years, she has been serving in Sridham Mayapur, caring for the cows and bulls and supporting devotees through her work as a qualified homeopath. She also serves as the General Secretary for People of Animals International and actively participates in the Nandi Sanctuary in Mayapur, where she helps care for nearly 100 animals with devotion and compassion. We'd like to welcome her today. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. I show my phone. Before starting, Om Agina Timarandasya, Ganagano Salakaya, Chakshuran Minitam Yena, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha, Vanshakopatarubyasya, Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So, remembering Mother HLADINI with gratitude. In New Vrindavan in 1973, I was a very new devotee. After 1 year, initiated in that year, 1973. I was a refugee, actually, from the material world, with barely any understanding of what I was doing there. The devotee I was married to was struggling like anything to follow the regulative principles. When he was able to get to Ma Eddie's, 2 miles away on the main road, he would purchase usually some alcohol. Ma Eddie's was a general store, and it was said in New Vrindavan in those days that once you get to Ma Eddie's, you're officially in Maya. So he wasn't a happy drinker. Even though he was always very sorry after, these episodes often were extremely difficult for me. When that happened, Kirtanananda would send me to Old Vrindavan, the original New Vrindavan farm, which was at that time the Brahmacharini farm. We sewed outfits for Radha Vrindavan Chandra. Or he would send me to Madhuban farm, where Lord Jagannath resided. I knew little to nothing about Lord Jagannath, but I knew he was served by Mother HLADINI, and her association was worth even the austerity of moving to Madhuban, known for uncomfortable living conditions in those early years, even for New Vrindavan. So, remembering HLADINI actually begins with a meditation on her lotus feet, which were blackish and full of deep cracks. HLADINI had no time for such a frivolous activity as maintaining her feet in a respectable condition, or even trying to avoid the discomfort of having deep cracks in her feet. She was the head pujari, the cook, the chief pot washer, the only seamstress for Lord Jagannath in an old, and probably many other things too. In an old farmhouse with precious few, or maybe even no, modern amenities. There was electricity, but the wood fire had to be kept going in service to the Lord of the universe. And of course, one cannot omit a meditation on her transcendental, beautiful face. I have often been told that people very attached to their dogs or other animals often start to look like them. A man and a woman very attracted to each other begin to look alike over the years. Not surprisingly, HLADINI's face has always caused me to remember Lord Jagannath. Big eyes, wide and bright, and always she had this big smile that reminded me of course, Lord Jagannath. On one occasion, I had been sent to Madhuban to assist HLADINI. This time I was pregnant, and the situation with the child's father, Vana, had become intolerable. For me, anyway. I was such a neophyte devotee. I was in a very distressed, fearful condition, more than usual. I had spoken with Kirtanananda, who decided immediately to again move me to another part of the farm. He told me not to worry, there would be a solution. That afternoon, I arrived in Madhuban. The next morning, I was helping HLADINI in the kitchen, washing pots while she was cooking. By the way, HLADINI had this habit of reading Srila Prabhupada's books while she was cooking. That's called Where There's a Will, There's a Way. She would secure a book on a shelf above where she would be working. And when she got a chance, like while rolling chapatis, she would read a few lines and then a few more, and even turn those pages with hands full of flour or stained with turmeric. All these books were well decorated. And all this always with a big smile. I am still grateful and inspired by her blissful determination. Before telling of the event that took place that morning, it is important that I give this background information. In Legacy of Love, which I completely appreciated so much and actually found it by accident in Chaupati Temple bookstore, it is told that HLADINI was told at one point to marry Vanadas, the person who was also my husband. This is true. It is also told that she surrendered to doing this pretty much to facilitate Kirtanananda getting Vana's wealthy father to purchase land adjacent to Madhuban. Maybe this was true on some level. But this version of the event is actually superficial. It also makes it appear that HLADINI just surrendered to something she was unwilling to do. Although Mother HLADINI was in fact a soul surrendered to the service of Guru and Krishna, specifically Lord Jagannath, she was not in a mood of begrudgingly accepting surrender just because she had to. Her mood was ecstatic surrender. And this is why I'm sharing this story. So, we were working together in the kitchen, right in front of a window which looked onto the driveway and an open field beyond it. Kirtananda drove up, and standing in the driveway, he indicated to Mother HLADINI that she should come outside. He wanted to talk with her. There indeed followed a very animated conversation in the field just past the driveway. Some serious talk, smiles, frowns, looking up, looking down, many hand gestures. And finally, HLADINI walked away with a big smile. Kirtananda swung his cane into walking motion, got into his vehicle, and left. I was very curious and greeted HLADINI with a question when she walked into the kitchen. What happened out there? HLADINI always spoke the truth plainly and clearly. Kirtananda wants me to marry Vana. He wants you to marry Vana? I was crying already. HLADINI immediately comforted me. Vishwadika, if you don't want me to do this, I won't. I told Kirtananda that. He told me what is happening with you, but I won't marry him if you don't want me to. Now I was even more distressed. I said, HLADINI, you can't marry him. He has these bad habits. You're a servant of Jagannath. That won't work. But HLADINI replied with her big Jagannath smile, it's okay. I'll be okay. And maybe I can help him. And his father is rich. So I will be able to buy all the beautiful things I want so much to offer Jagannath, Balaram, and Subhadra. What could I say? All she wanted in life was to serve Lord Jagannath, Balaram, and Subhadra. This was yet another opportunity to increase her service. HLADINI had just revealed her heart, why she was willing and wanting to accept doing this. Soon we were dancing and laughing. Jai Jagannath. Thank you, Mother HLADINI, for giving me one of my most beautiful moments in Krishna consciousness. I am truly, eternally grateful and so happy to be celebrating your life. Your love for Srila Prabhupada and Lord Jagannath and all the beautiful devotees who have come together to celebrate your life. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for the beautiful gift of devotee association. And in the end, I just want to add, many years later, Vana became critically ill with cancer. Despite all his struggle, despite all his struggles and failures and despair, and after continuously chanting for a whole week, he left this world with his japa beads in his hands by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, and perhaps also by the mercy of HLADINI Devi Dasi, the humble Vaishnavi servant of His Divine Grace. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Mother HLADINI. Thank you.
Ki Jai. Thank you so much, Mother Shradika Devi, for sharing this heartfelt memories of Her Grace Ladini Devi. We can't thank you enough for all the service you performed with her grace, and continue to perform in Srila Prabhupada's mission. We can't thank you enough. Thank you so much. All glories to Her Grace Ladini Devi. Ki Jai.
Jai.
So due to time differences, we're making some adjustments here and there. We originally had scheduled His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj to be the last speaker. But it turns out that Maharaj's time zone is a bit odd. And of course, we know Maharaj always has engagements. So because Maharaj's time is a bit odd, it's kind of late. So we're going to humbly request Maharaj to speak. But before Maharaj speaks, there is one devotee whom I was fortunate enough to serve together with in my country, back home, Ghana. This devotee is by birth a Liberian, and he had so much encounter and association with Mother Ladini. So he thought he could not be here. So he wrote an eulogy to be read on his behalf from Mother Ladini. So before His Holiness speaks, we would like to play this eulogy, and we humbly request all devotees to pay very close attention with their eyes opened and their ears opened. So those who can read on the screen, you may read, and those who may not be able to read on the screen, you also hear. So Mother Krishna Shakti Devi, we're going to put the eulogy slide on the screen, and then you may read it. And after that, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj may speak. So Hare Krishna. Those two things.
Tribute to the martyr by Bhakta flowers. Honoring the lives, courage, and spiritual grace that surrounded those rare, defined souls. They lived simply, worshiped deeply, and carried peace into a world unraveling. Before the news of their tragic end reached me, I was gifted a vision, a trans vision in the stillness of night. I saw them in serenity, standing in spiritual nirvana, kirtan flowing softly from their lips. They were not afraid. They were not disturbed. They were already free. Prince Johnson, a heartless dictator, once a visitor to their humble temple, turned violent when HLADINI Devi was with quiet courage, asked him to stop the indiscriminate killings. Her words were not defiant. They were compassionate, but compassion in the face of tyranny was met with cruelty. He invaded their refuge, dragged them to Caldwell, and ended their lives senselessly and heartlessly. Yet, ruthless Prince Johnson did not touch their souls. Their bodies were taken, but their spirits had already ascended. They had united with the Supreme, beyond the reach of bullets and brutality. Their final act was not resistance, it was transcendence. Let this tribute be a reminder. The spiritual soul is eternal. It cannot be killed, silenced, or erased. Their lives were offerings of love, and their deaths, though violent, became gateways to liberation. May their memory be a lamp in the darkness. May their legacy be a song that never fades. May their souls rest in the eternal embrace of the divine. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami. All glories to Her Grace HLADINI Swami and Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna. Yeah, so beautiful.
Thank you so much for reading that. Mother HLADINI, sorry. I'm going to be saying Mother HLADINI so many times today. But Krishna Shakti, thank you so much for reading that. And Dr. Flowers, thank you so much for sharing this wonderful, heartfelt eulogy to Mother HLADINI. This is Dr. Flowers, and we are very grateful that you are here. Dr. Flowers, like I said, he is Liberian by birth, but he served the Liberian temple and then finally moved to Ghana and served with us. From Ghana, he moved to London, and from London, he is now in Germany. So he's by profession a physicist. And I'm sure His Grace Srivas Vanachari must be very happy seeing him here today. And Dr. Flowers himself must also be in ecstasy seeing Srivas Prabhu, who kind of cultivated us all together in devotional service. So without further ado, we would like to invite His Holiness Ratna Swami Maharaj, because of his time and busy schedule, to also share with us the glorious pastimes of Her Grace HLADINI Devi. So Maharaj, please, our humble obeisances. Please do me on mute. Hare Krishna.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Maharaj, very loud and clear. Thank you.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirbhishesha Shunyabhari Bhastatate Shatarine Vanshakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patithanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Iti Namine. I'm very grateful to be here for this very auspicious gathering. How much time do I have?
Maharaj, you have a minimum of 20 minutes.
I'm sorry. I'm not well known for being punctual.
But as usual, Maharaj, you may speak from your heart. So that's all that matters.
HLADINI Devi was truly an example of a great Vaishnava who was totally surrendered to Guru and Krishna. Her nature of surrender was extraordinary because it was so genuine and spontaneous. I'd like to share a few remembrances in this regard. In the early 1970s, HLADINI Devi was the pujari for Lord Jagannath, Balaram, Subhadra, the very, very large size ones that were at New Vrindavan. And at a particular time, the deities of Jagannath were in the Madhuban temple, which is actually the place that Srila Prabhupada lived for 2 weeks in 1972. And it was the Radha Madhava temple that Srila Prabhupada named, and Jagannath. At that time, I was a brahmachari and I was the pujari for Radha Vrindavan Nath temple. They were actually installed one day and then the next day by Srila Prabhupada's instruction. And that was on the old mountain of Vrindavan. She was such a fantastic cook. And not just how she cooked and what she cooked, but the spirit of her cooking. For her to cook an offering, she would go to a well and pull up ice cold water, even in the middle of the winter. She would go out with an axe to cut down trees and then make it into firewood and then cook on a wood fire, which was usually at least half smoke because of the ice. And there was just nothing she wouldn't do. And she did it with spontaneous joy. The only thing I could compare her continuous smile to was Lord Jagannath's smile. She was always in bliss, but yet has Vishwadika Devi was saying, it was so austere. But austerities were not even a detail for her. Whatever would please Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. And she would make such good burfi that she would send it to all the temples, Radha Vrindavan, Chandra Radha Vrindavan Nath, and for her own deities of Radha Madhav and Jagannath. And I was told to do the same thing with the sandesh that I would cook. So we never got to see each other because I would never left the ashram, but I would send her sandesh to offer her deities, and she would send me burfi to offer to the deities that I was worshiping. After some time, when I was not the pujari anymore, every Ekadasi, Barsana Swami Maharaj and Ambarish Prabhu and myself would secretly go to Madhuban and just hear and chant for the whole day. And HLADINI Devi was the only one up there. She would be on the altar with Lord Jagannath, just listening to the Hari Katha, crying in happiness, just to hear the glories of Krishna. After some time, her Jagannath deities went to Columbus. And this was in 1979 when I was told to go out and preach. And I was also based in this temple in Columbus. And Jagannath, Balaram, and Subhadra had a beautiful altar on 13th Avenue. And every day, she would cook the most incredible popcorn anyone has ever tasted and put it in hundreds and hundreds of little bags. And then we'd go out in Harinam Sankirtan and we'd be dancing in the streets of Columbus, and HLADINI would be dancing ecstatically. And while she was dancing, she had this big bag with little bags of popcorn, and she'd be giving this prasad, Jagannath's prasad, to everybody. And actually, this is 1979, we were famous all over Columbus, not for the Harinam, but for the popcorn. People would come up to us. Anybody they saw looking like a devotee, and they'd say, "Do you have that popcorn?" But it was not just how she cooked it, but how she would so blissfully just dance up to people and give them this popcorn. And I never saw anybody refuse her because she had such love and enthusiasm in her heart and her smile. Later, the deities were moved to the Pittsburgh temple. And I was also based in Pittsburgh at the time, doing preaching at the colleges. And she would just go wherever Jagannath went. And then the Pittsburgh temple closed down and she moved back to New Vrindavan. At that time, she wrote me letters and explained to me the crisis she was facing, the crisis of making a decision. She said she was having recurring dreams where Balaram on the altar that she was worshiping turned into Lord Nityananda. And Nityananda Prabhu would tell her that, why are you just sitting here ringing bells and worshiping me? You should go out and preach. You should go out and preach the Harinam Sankirtan movement and the philosophy of pure devotion. And then Nityananda Prabhu would turn into Lord Balaram, and Balaram would order her, no, you cannot leave here. I am depending on you. You are serving me. You must stay here and worship me. And this was happening again and again, the same dream. So she wrote me a letter and asked me, should I follow the order of Nityananda or Balaram? I wrote back. Actually, I didn't write back, but when I came passing through, because I didn't even want to put it in writing, I didn't feel qualified. I said, HLADINI Devi, I'm not qualified to answer this question, whether you should follow Nityananda or Balaram. But ultimately, after some months, Nityananda Prabhu prevailed. And she decided to go out and preach. And she got these beautiful deities of Gaur Nitai that she would travel and preach with. And I was opening centers in various parts of Ohio, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania, and meeting so many people. And HLADINI Devi, she got a van, and she would come to all the places we were preaching and all the centers, and she would take care of all the girls, the ladies, and her love for Lord Jagannath, her love for Krishna was so contagious that literally anyone who came near her became a devotee. It was miraculous. One particular person in Cincinnati was a little girl. She was maybe 4 or 5. Her name was Sonia. And she just followed HLADINI. Her parents let her spend time at our little temple in Cincinnati, and she would follow HLADINI all around. And HLADINI would teach her how to make garlands and teach her how to do kirtan and all things. And that little Sonia is now Radha Sundari, who's the secretary for the GBC. And she owes her spiritual life to HLADINI Devi. One time in Cincinnati, the devotees were doing Harinam Sankirtan in the streets, and she had her deities of Gaur Nitai on a table with books while the devotees were doing Harinam. And the police came and arrested the devotees. And when they came to arrest HLADINI, they actually put her in handcuffs. I have a photo that somebody recently sent me of her with handcuffs behind her back being pushed by a policeman into a squad car. And when they were taking her away, she said, "You cannot arrest us unless you arrest them." And the policeman said, "What do you mean them?" And she looked at Gaur Nitai, and she said, "Them." And the policeman said, "They're dolls." He said, "They're not dolls. That is God. And we're only here because we're following their order. So if you're going to arrest us, you must arrest the person who gave us the order." So she went to jail with Gaur Nitai. And then when she went before the judge for sentencing, she said the same thing, that if you're going to charge me, you have to charge them. And she had her deities with them and he said, "Who are they?" And she preached, "This is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Lord of everyone, who's descended in this form of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. And they have given an order that we should chant the holy names in every town and any village in the world. And no matter what you do to us, we're going to have to follow their order. So if you're going to punish me, you should punish them." And the judge was so bewildered and amused and actually charmed. Because although what she was saying was really inconceivable to the judge, she said it with so much faith and so much devotion and so much honesty that the judge dropped all the charges and said, "You please go." Sometime later, I was sent to India, and we invited her to come to India because she had never been to India before. And this is one of the most beautiful moments of witnessing true bhakti that I have been given. We went to Vrindavan together, and I was showing her different holy places. Every place we went, she was ecstatically weeping, trembling, and she was speechless. She was so choked up she couldn't even talk. And finally, when she was able to talk to me, she said, for the last 15 years, she has been every single day of her life reading Krishna book. And now, for the first time, she's seeing the very same places where those pastimes of Krishna book that she's been reading and worshiping her whole life. She's there. She was just crying and crying. I'm here. I've been reading this story for 15 years about Krishna dancing on Kali. I'm here, I'm here. And every place was like that for her. She knew the stories. She practically knew Krishna book by heart. And she couldn't speak them. She was just reliving those stories. And when Srila Prabhupada describes the mood of how a person should come to Vrindavan, she really personified that. She was overwhelmed with gratitude. So grateful that I could be here. By Srila Prabhupada's mercy, he has given me the Krishna book and all these beautiful narrations of the pastimes of the Lord. And now, by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, he's brought me here. Yes, ecstatic love of God can only manifest in a heart that is truly and deeply grateful. And I remember we were with some Brijavasis who I'd known since 1971 when I lived in Vrindavan. And they were real simple, pure-hearted Brijavasis. And when HLADINI Devi met them, she was crying. And she said she was quoting Uddhava. When Uddhava went to Vrindavan with the message of Krishna, Uddhava was overwhelmed by the pure simplicity of the Brijavasi's love for Krishna and Radha. And she said, I am witnessing what Uddhava witnessed. I'm seeing the pure simplicity of the love of the Brijavasis. That was her mood. It was really special from place to place. Govardhan and Parsana and Nandagram and the various parts of Vrindavan and Kamyavan. We traveled with a small group of devotees. And then we came back to Mumbai. And at that time, Radha Gopinath Temple was just barely starting. We were having our Srimad Bhagavatam classes at Srinathji Prabhu's house. He lived in an apartment building with a very nice apartment. And every morning, and she was living there at Srinathji Prabhu's house. I was living, at the Brahmachari ashram, but she was living there. And I would come every day and there would be Mangal Arati and then Tulsi worship. And then it would be time for Srimad Bhagavatam class. And Srinathji Prabhu and his family, they would ask me to give Srimad Bhagavatam class every day. And HLADINI was always there in the class. And there was probably about 20 people, very, very highly placed, successful people that would come to his house for that morning program. And one day I secretly said to Srinathji Prabhu, you should ask HLADINI Devi to give Srimad Bhagavatam class today. He said, you should ask her. I said, I've been asking her every day, but she refuses. She tells me she's never given a public class in her life and she's not qualified. So we made a plan. Srinathji asked her to give class. And I saw, she said, I'm not qualified. I've never given a public lecture in my whole life as a devotee. And you are all so cultured and so wealthy and so educated, and I'm so crude and rough and fallen. I cannot speak to you. So Srinathji Prabhu and I made a plan. She would sit in the little temple room, and I would chant Radha Madhava, and then I would chant the Sanskrit, and then I would read the translation and read the purport, and then I would say, and now HLADINI Devi is going to give class. And then I stood up and I literally ran out of the temple room and ran out the door and ran down the stairs and ran through the courtyard, and I was gone within seconds because I was younger than I could run faster. And after I ran away and I was nowhere to be seen, Srinathji Prabhu picked up the book and the little stand of the Srimad Bhagavatam and put it right in front of HLADINI, who was sitting on the floor. And then everybody got in a circle around her, eager to hear from her. And she was actually really upset. She said, I'm not going to give class. I can't give class. And everybody was just in a circle around her and said, please, please speak something. Please speak something. And she started to speak from Srimad Bhagavatam. She spoke for over 2 hours with so much enthusiasm. It was leaving every devotee completely spellbound with the philosophy, the teachings, and the pastimes of Krishna and Lord Chaitanya. And about an hour later, I saw nobody had left yet. So I secretly came up the stairs and listened through the door at her class. And after that, she was never afraid to give class anywhere in the world. You know, once she just began to speak from Srimad Bhagavatam and glorify Krishna, and it just poured out of her. Obviously, it wasn't a planned class, it was spontaneous. But then she became one of the most empowered class givers in ISKCON, you know, from that time. And then she went back, and at that time, you know, she was living at New Vrindavan again. And once I came back from India, and this is a really special story, and Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj visited, His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj visited New Vrindavan, and he gave this most incredible, inspired class. And after the class, somebody asked him about preaching in Africa. He loved to preach in Africa. He was describing the wonderful opportunities that are there and the wonderful reception of the African people and all that he's doing, and the Harinams and the preaching to, you know, heads of state. And after the class, he left back for Washington, D.C. And HLADINI Devi came to me and said, I really want to go to Africa to assist Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. What do you think? I I said, Hladini Devi, your Prabhupada's in your heart, you just follow your heart. And she said, I'm too shy to ask Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj because he's so exalted. Could you take me to Washington, D.C., and could you ask him on my behalf? So I had a van and she had another van, and she had some girls in her. I think she was alone actually. I don't know, but we went to the institute, and we went to Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's room, and she just sat, and she had so much awe and reverence for Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. It was really special. And I said, Maharaj, Hladini Devi really wants to ask something of you. And Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, with his completely affectionate, compassionate, merciful glance, just gazed upon his god sister and said yes. And she turned to me and said, you please ask him. I said, Maharaj, she really, really, really wants to come to Africa to assist you. She's asking for your permission. And then Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj started speaking to her about and then Hladini Devi started talking to him. And Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj welcomed her. He said, if this is really what you want to do and you have the blessings of your seniors, you please come. So very soon after that, she traveled to Africa. And while she was in Africa, and so many of you were directly influenced by her devotion. And I can't even imagine Rajalila Devi was so much completely surrendered to Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj in those days. And between Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, Prajalila, and Hladini preaching in Africa, I was astounded. But Hladini Devi was regularly writing me letters from Africa talking all about what she was doing there. And if any of you has ever seen Hladini Devi's handwriting, it's almost like you can tell what she's saying just by looking at the script without even reading the words, because it's so exciting, her handwriting. And usually there were about 8 pages of reports. And I'm just remembering a few things because of time. What she was talking about, how she was regularly preaching to government administrators and high officials, and she was preaching on radio, and she was preaching on television, and she was preaching to newspapers and magazines. But what she loved the best, what she described with the most enthusiasm, was going into the villages and chanting and dancing and seeing the local village people, how receptive they were, and especially the children. I wish I still had all these, but she would send me photographs of her dancing with these children in the African villages, and they're smiling and she's smiling. And she was expressing how she just loved these beautiful people, and they were so receptive and so gracious. And she gave her heart and her life to serve the African people by giving Krishna consciousness, by giving love of Krishna. And after a couple years, whatever, one letter she wrote, it was the last letter she wrote. She was in Liberia, and she described the atrocities of what was going on. There were so many people being killed, and there was so much oppression. And she was heading up prasad distribution in Harinam Sankirtan. And she wrote in this letter that it was very, very dangerous. And I think it was the United States Marines. They sent a boat. They sent a boat, and all American citizens they told to leave the place because it was too dangerous. And she wrote in this letter that I love these people so much, and they're so desperate, and they need Krishna consciousness. So I didn't go on the boat. I decided to stay here. And she said, it's very dangerous. She said, but I have no fear. The only fear I have in my life is I may offend a Vaishnava. And soon after that, I believe you all know the story, how, devotees were being killed, and there was no danger to her, but she couldn't bear seeing devotees being killed. She would rather die, and she gave her life. She was fearless of anything that offending a Vaishnava, and to protect the Vaishnava, she was willing to give her life. And that's who HLADINI is. A completely surrendered devotee who truly loves Srila Prabhupada and loves Balaram, Subhadra, and Jagannath, and loves Shri Radha Madhava, and loves all devotees who have given their hearts to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission, Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj's mission in Africa. And she really loved every living being. I could see that in her enthusiasm to give Harinam to the villages of Africa, to the heads of state. And I saw that love, that fearlessness, the way she would chant and dance in the streets of America and give popcorn to the conditioned souls. And I remember my last weeks where I was given the most intimate good fortune of being invited by Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj to be close to him during his last weeks. And whenever we were speaking right on the altar, there was always a photo of HLADINI Devi that Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj kept to honor her life, her sacrifice, and her love. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for this nectarian memories of her grace with HLADINI Devi. We can say so much, speak so much, and we will still not be able to exhaust the transcendence of HLADINI. Dear devotees, we're going to make a little bit of changes in the sense that in Africa, we follow lots of discipline, tradition, and culture. And the most awful thing that could ever happen to an African is to have a visitor die in your home. So that is one of the main reasons why we as Africans, of course, we're not talking about deep philosophy, you're not a body. We are not talking about you're not a body. Our bodies were born, given to us in Africa, and we relate with that. So for Mother HLADINI, a white person in a female body, take that risk, like His Holiness just shared with us. She had the opportunity to leave the country, but she could not do that because she followed the teachings of Lord Jesus Christ, where Lord Jesus Christ taught that there is no greater love than one sacrifice his life for the benefit of others. So she could not abandon the devotees, and then she comes to US. So she stayed with them. And therefore, we find it very, very painful that such a very bad event would happen to a Vaishnavi in our own home. Therefore, looking at what happened, and excuse me to say this, there is so much said about Mother HLADINI all over the world, but none is so crucial as hearing from the devotees in Africa who served with her and lived through the last days of her life. Some of the experiences I have heard, I wasn't there, but fortunately for me, I've heard from the right people who were with Mother HLADINI, the ordeals she went through, and how it all unfolded. There are some inaccuracies of the description, and if we have time, we're going to have such inaccuracies corrected. But we as Africans do hereby plead with ISKCON, whoever may be responsible for that, we are yet to see that. But we, devotees of entire Africa, together plead, but boldly proclaim that Mother HLADINI Devi should be recognized as a modern day Vaishnavi saint. And we have all the necessary arguments to base on why we want to ask ISKCON worldwide to recognize Mother HLADINI Devi as a Vaishnava saint. Srila Prabhupada is more than powerful to make more than billions saints. And from the scriptures in Bhagavad Gita chapter 9, text 13, Sri Krishna describes who a saint is, who a Mahatma is. In Bhagavatam, Canto 3, chapter 25, verses 21 to 22, Lord Krishna further explains and describes who a Mahatma is. And just from what we heard from His Holiness Ratna Swami Maharaj, and many more are yet to come, there is no way except someone can explain to the world why Mother HLADINI should not be recognized as a Vaishnava saint. And therefore, it is our humble but bold request to ISKCON world that Mother HLADINI Devi should be recognized as a modern day Vaishnava saint. And her life of devotion exemplifies why she should be a saint. Her pure devotion, and we will share a little bit about her own realizations and the relationship with Sri Prabhupada. His Holiness talked about her relationship with Lord Jagannath. We will share those. But before everybody or someone leaves this Sangha, we would like to register our full conviction, not blindly, but through the eyes of the scriptures, that Mother HLADINI Devi is a modern Vaishnavi saint and should be accorded that respect. So with that, I yield back, and then we'll continue our discussions on the glorifications of Her Grace HLADINI Devi. Again, His Holiness Radha Swami Maharaj, we can't thank you enough. And it is very interesting how Mother HLADINI put you into a very uncomfortable situation, choosing Nityananda over Balaram or Balaram over Nityananda. But eventually, they themselves solved the puzzle. It was very interesting to hear that. We are going to continue our pastimes of Her Grace, Mother HLADINI. And what was going to be following up was, His Holiness actually touched on it, is Mother Vrajalila sharing with us how, because His Holiness Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj was preaching in Africa, and Mother HLADINI also came into the picture. So, okay, so Mother HLADINI's travel to Africa was as a result of His Holiness Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj accepting so happily to be working with her. So we will go to Mother Vrajalila to share with the world how it all unfolded. And with that, we go to Mother Krishna Shakti to share with the world who Mother Vrajalila is, and then Mother Vrajalila may share with us how it all unfolded. Hare Krishna. So Krishna Shakti Devi, please.
All right, thank you very much. In 1979, Mother Vrajalila joined ISKCON in New York. Over the years, she has pioneered several projects, including the opening of ISKCON temples in West Africa, helping with the development of the Institute for Applied Spiritual Technology, founded by His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami, assisted with the development of the GBC Devotee Care Committee. In Mayapur, co-authoring the Devotee Care Course Manual, and currently in Gitanagari, she and her husband Ekavira reside serving Gurudev's mission. She understands the importance of caring for devotees spiritually, emotionally, and physically as being the foundation for exemplary couples and exemplary families. During the final phases of Gurudev's earthly journey, she and Ekavira completely surrendered to Gurudev's service and served nicely, and we are looking forward to hearing from her now.
Hare Krishna, Hare Bol, Hare Krishna. Firstly, I'd like to offer my respectful obeisance to Maharaj, Srila Radhanath Swami. Thank you very much for being here, Maharaj, and I offer my respectful obeisance to you. Offer respectful obeisance to my spiritual master, Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Srimati Bhaktitirtha Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Shitatmane. Shri Gaura Prakaruna Shakti Bhaktitirtha Iti Namine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine. Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pashyati Adesha Tarine. Hare Krishna. Hare Hare Bol, Hare Krishna devotees. Thank you all so very much for being here. We're all very grateful that you took your precious time to be on this very important honoring of Srimati HLADINI Devi Dasi. She's, as Sahadev Prabhu said, she's certainly a Vaishnava saint. And most importantly, she's someone that lives her legacy within all of our hearts. And so, yes, we need to send that worldwide everywhere, that everyone needs to become aware of who HLADINI is, what she offered in the mission of Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Radhanath Maharaj has told so many beautiful stories, and Vishwadika Mataji, she also shared pastimes of HLADINI in those early days. And myself, by the mercy of His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami, our beloved, revered spiritual master, we were very fortunate to have HLADINI's association in different ways. One of the first memories I have is, as Maharaj was sharing, that he brought HLADINI and requested our spiritual master, Bhaktitirtha Maharaj, requested from him that HLADINI wanted to go to Africa, wanted to join the mission. And I remember during that period of time, Guru Maharaj, he wanted her to join. At the same time, he was a little ambivalent because he was thinking, how you're gonna function going to Africa? I'm not always there, of course. He's a sannyasist, so he's traveling. And he was thinking it would take some time for her to get a little bit acquainted with all the different nuances of being in Africa. However, Mother HLADINI, she was persistent. She was very persistent in her desire to want to go and support and assist the African mission. So something that was happening during that time, we had a preaching center on 16th Street in Washington, D.C. And that preaching center was a part of New Vrindavan and also beloved Guru Maharaj working together to kind of create an atmosphere at that time of interfaith preaching. And so one of the programs that by Guru Maharaj's mercy, we were able to put together in that preaching center was a program called Women of the Spirit. And Women of the Spirit was an interfaith group of different women from all different spiritual traditions. Actually, this is where, from that group, this is where one of our beloved devotees, Chintamani Devi Dasi, came from another spiritual group. She attended this program. And so at this program, we invited HLADINI. She had just arrived from New Vrindavan. She was just there with us in this house in 16th Street in Washington. And we invited her to speak. And Maharaj says that HLADINI was very confident in her speaking. However, she was very humble. And so I remember when I spoke with her about speaking at that program, she was very nervous. She was just like, I don't think I can do this, because there were so many very cosmopolitan women from different, like I said, different traditions. And also our beloved Guru Mother was there, Mother Perline. She was here at this program. So she was not so comfortable. However, I remember we were sharing with her, no, these ladies, they really need to hear from you. They need to hear from you. So anyway, she eventually did agree to share. And few things that she said that struck me in my heart, stuck with me all those years. She, of course, shared about, the value and the benefit of being in different spiritual traditions and the importance of people coming together from these different traditions and accepting that ultimately our life is in service to God and to one God. And so she emphasized that point with these ladies in a way that we could see that these ladies' hearts were getting touched. And when she spoke, even though she said she wasn't confident to speak or she wasn't qualified to speak. She spoke with such love and she was so genuine. She spoke with such a heart kind of connection she wanted to have with those personalities. So one of the points that she made was in her speaking is the more you give, the more you get back. That was her theme. The more you give, the more you get back. The more you give, the more you get back. And that was her mood for going to Africa. It was that mood of giving, not to get back something material, but to get back something of how she was going to reciprocate with the people that she was going to meet. She was looking for that type of reciprocation, that kind of interaction, that kind of connection that one gets when they offer themselves in love, in service to others. So she was looking for that. And so when she spoke that theme, when she spoke on that theme, she didn't actually know she was going to speak on a theme. It just came naturally. However, she kept emphasizing that point. And that point, it can mean so many things for so many people. However, for me at that time, which is many, many years ago, I understood that to mean that whatever we're giving in our lives as devotees, that there is reciprocation. There will be reciprocation. How we deal with the reciprocation is important. What we do with the reciprocation. And so that was as I said, that theme of her living that mood, living that expression of giving is something that I've always stuck with me in my heart. I remember, that's one memory I have of her. Another memory I have of her is she was always reading whenever we couldn't find her a lot of times in the house because she would be hidden somewhere reading. And I remember once, myself and Yashoda, we would be curious, like, what is she reading? And I remember one time I actually approached her about her reading, and she had this Srimad Bhagavatam. And I said, can I see what you're reading? And she was sure. She was very quiet, very shy. And she said, I can show you. I can show you what I'm reading. And she gave me this book, and this book was marked with yellow magic marker, all the pages, so many pages of the book of Srimad Bhagavatam. And I was thinking, oh, I used to hear when you mark the book, you mark Krishna. You're marking Krishna's body. So I was in that mood of thinking somewhat critically about marking the book. And I remember, because just my nature is like that, I said to her, I said, oh, I didn't know we could mark the book like that. And she said to me, my desire to read is so strong, but I can't remember what I read. I can't always remember what I read. So when I mark the book or I mark the page of what I read, then it's so easy for me to go back. And then Krishna shows me through that marking what I'm supposed to remember. And I was like, it was just such a simple and sweet. She never even heard behind my voice of maybe being a little critical. She didn't hear that at all. She only heard that, oh, no, this is my way of how I get to remember speaking about Krishna. And so I remember after that, I felt confident that I could mark whenever I read, I could mark the book. Another memory I had of her is she had to go get the visa to go to India. And Yashoda and I had to dress her to go to the embassy to get her visa. And at that time, she had never wore any secular clothes at all. She wore saris or a robe whenever that was there, but she never wore any other clothing. And we had to put her in a pair of pants. And I remember just myself and Yashoda trying to get her into these pants and like a shirt. And I remember just her just totally being aloof from the whole experience. She was just simply eager to get to the embassy, get the visa. She wasn't in any way concerned about the fact that we were putting on these pants on her, and she had never wore anything like that before because we were having a little challenge trying to help her to get into these clothes. She was kind of a little naive as to, well, what do I do? Do I wear a belt with this or what? So that was also for us at the time, just to see this personality that we say, you know, we're not the body. Not often we realize we are not even our clothes. She was totally not concerned about the fact that she was going to wear secular clothing or she wasn't going to look like a devotee. She's like, whatever it takes for me to get this visa, this is what I'm going to do. And in that mood, we were able to get her to get the visa. Throughout that period of time, there was a reverence, as Mara said. She had very much awe and reverence with His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, our revered Guru Maharaj. And she would never just try to speak to him. That just was not her mood. Just like Sahadev asked me to call Radhanath Swami to be on this program. And I said, I don't just call Maharaj. I don't do that. You have to understand, I don't do that because there's a mood, there's an awe, and there's a reverence. Not, I don't know about the awe part, but the reverence. The awe is more love, but the reverence is just don't call, just don't. So she had that mood very much. You know, sometimes we would say to her, Ladini, you could just ask him. She would be like, no, I can't ask him. You guys ask him. You ask him, like this, because we lived with her for some time before she went to Africa. And so that mood, that awe and reverence mood that she had with Guru Maharaj was also very much a lesson for us, because she's of course his beloved sister, his beloved, you know, sister, and however, she was in that mood of just wanting to serve him, wanting to serve Prabhupada through him. And she knew he was the medium that would make this happen. And so she showed us how, she taught us really how to be of service in silence in the times that we spent together. Because most of the time she was silent, silently powerful. That was one of the things we learned, that we can get so much accomplished by being silent. And so her way in terms of how she would approach those persons that were coming to our 16th Street Preaching Center was always in that mood of being silent. At the same time, devotees would not, many of the people that were coming were not actually yet devotees. They were just aspiring. They're coming from, I said, different traditions. They would reach out to her in ways that we could understand, that she would touch their hearts by just not really speaking so much. She would share, but not, it wasn't like she was just this very talkative person that just wanted to give people Krishna consciousness. Although she would do that. She would do that in a very sophisticated, I always say, Mother Ludini was the most sophisticated devotee I have met in giving Krishna consciousness, because that powerful silence that she had really attracted devotees, attracted people to want to learn more, and eventually become devotees. As I said, Mother Chintamani, she became a devotee from that experience of the women of the spirit. Eventually, she became a devotee. So, okay, I'm taking that as a cue that not to speak too much longer. But there's one other last pastime that I want to share about Mother Ladini that is also quite instructive. After when she, and so just to conclude that part of the story, she ended up getting her visa and she left for Africa, and she was able to travel on her first trip with Guru Maharaj, with the beloved Guru Maharaj. When all of this were going on in Liberia, our Guru Maharaj was constantly sending requests to her to come back to America, and she was constantly refusing. And I was there, so I remember how anxious he was in asking her, please come back, please leave, please leave. She wouldn't leave. And I remember after she left, at that time, I didn't understand so much about grieving and loss. But I remember how our spiritual master just locked himself in a room and we didn't see him for days. He just wouldn't eat. He wouldn't come out the room. And after some days, we became a little kind of anxious about what was going on. Why was he, why was this such a serious thing? I mean, we understood, we were all feeling sad, but we didn't understand the impact of how it affected our spiritual master, because he was responsible in some ways for, sending her to Africa. And so I remember when he started speaking, it was a few days, and he said, she gave her life. She gave her life for Srila Prabhupada. And I failed her because I kept asking her to come back and she wouldn't come back. I should have just gone there to get her. And we were like, but you couldn't go there very much. That was not possible. Nobody could go there. You're a foreigner, just like she was. And so I remember him just going through that process of grieving. And sometimes in grieving, there's a point in time where we kind of blame ourselves for things that happen. And he went through that phase of HLADINI leaving. And he shared that with us. He didn't hide it. He made us know, like, Prabhupada, why does this have to happen in this way? Although he understood, right, that as we all know, that was a very glorious activity. And that was a glorious, HLADINI's life was purposeful. What she did was purposeful, and we all know that. At the same time, in those moments of just having this loss of someone that, give their life in that way, he let us enter into that very sacred space of understanding when a person that unconditionally give their life in service, that we mourn in some way. Is oftentimes, I think, in our institution, we don't often understand this lamentation and mourning. But we saw that with our spiritual master, that it wasn't material mourn. It was a mourning for Srila Prabhupada. There was so much that maybe she could have done so much more, right, in service. So I personally have learned many, many lessons from the HLADINI, as many of the devotees that served in Africa. Most importantly, I appreciate her ability to be silent and to really penetrate devoted people's hearts without having to speak so many words. And so I thank His Holiness Radhanath Swami, because he gave HLADINI the kind of shelter that all of us are looking for in our lives. Every one of us that have a female body, we want that shelter. We want to know that there are others that are caring about us, protecting us, looking out for us. And Srila Radhanath Swami and my beloved spiritual master, I can say they are examples in our ISKCON movement of giving this kind of protection to Vaishnavis. Thank you very, very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much for sharing for the Rajalila Devi, our big mama, our big sister. Thank you so much. Due to time constraint, we would like to play quickly one slide of Mother HLADINI Devi's own heart feelings with Srila Prabhupada. So, Mother Krishna Shakti, please, you may take it over from here. Let's do this.
All right, Her Grace HLADINI Devi's diary. HLADINI Devi, in her own words, "Please, Srila Prabhupada, help me become a serious disciple. Help me go back to a life of austerity, a life of remembering my service I've forgotten due to the impure desire Please let it be gone. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I am the greatest rascal. I only want to become a pure servant. Please don't kick me away, but give me another chance. I'll try so hard to be good. Road is there, straight and clearly marked, though the detours seem easy and more pleasurable. Keep my intelligence firm. Thank you. I have this immense, loving propensity. Let me repose at your divine feet. I can't stand this consciousness. Srila Prabhupada, I want to be of service, a good one, unconscious of it. Srila Prabhupada, I've neglected my medicine haphazardly, obviously thinking I needed it. No more. I can't stand this. All glories to my eternal, beloved Father, Divine Grace, Isi Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for reading that, the Krishna Shakti. Again, due to adjustments we need to do, we're going to humbly request His Grace Sriman Varaha Prabhu, who had a very big witness to what transpired in Liberia in the last days of Her Grace HLADINI Devi. I had to, in my own little way, try to convince him to speak, because he shared with me that it was too graphic and he is a bit reluctant discussing it. But here we are, because devotees needed to hear and to appreciate Mother HLADINI even more. So, Mother Krishna Shakti, please, if you may introduce His Grace, Sriman Varaha Prabhu, and then Sriman Varaha Prabhu, please get ready to speak. Hare Krishna.
Right. Sriman Varaha Acharya joined ISKCON in 1982. He received his first initiation from Srila Bhaktipad and later took shelter of His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami Maharaj. From the very beginning of his devotional career, he embraced book distribution with great enthusiasm. His dedication quickly attracted the attention and affection of His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami, who entrusted him with the service of traveling between temples to inspire and guide devotees through the Sankirtan mission. Over the years, he served as temple president in several temples across Nigeria and later as regional secretary. With his pioneering spirit, he expanded ISKCON's presence into new countries, establishing the movement in Ghana, Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea-Conakry, and the Gambia. In 2002, he arrived in Togo, where he has been since based. Sriman Varaha Acharya received special mercy from Guru Maharaj during the civil war in Sierra Leone. when he was incarcerated. Deeply concerned for his safety, Bhaktitirtha Swami Maharaj personally requested all the gurus and devotees worldwide to pray to Lord Nrsingadev to protect him. In Togo, where he established ISKCON Temple, he also founded the Food for Life NGO, which has faithfully serving free prasadam to the needy Togolese community every day over the past 20 years. Through his unwavering devotion, tirelessly preaching, and compassionate service, Sriman Varaha Acharya continues to inspire countless souls across West Africa to take shelter of Lord Krishna and the teachings of Srila Prabhupada. Welcome.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for reading. So His Grace Shumavara Prabhu, please hear me on mute.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to the assembled devotees. Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pistaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Tinamine, Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Stitatmane, Sri Gora Karuna Shakti, Bhakti Tirtha Tinamine. Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pistaya Bhutale, Srimati Radhanath Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pasharine Nevesesa Sunyavadi Paschatya Disatarini Bancha Kalpatarubhyacha Kripa Sindhve Vacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. All glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj present here. Thank you very much. I'm actually taken aback because I was expecting to speak maybe at the later part of the program, so I'm jolted. Okay, quickly, I'll go to the impact of Mother HLADINI's presence with us here in Africa. There is no doubt, no gainsaying that Mother HLADINI is a true Vaishnavi. She's happy when others are happy. That is the first quality you can see. She's happy when others are happy. And one of our ways of encouraging devotees is by offering them gifts. She had a friend back in the US, I think she's called Atichandra Devidasi. And Mother Atichandra, out of concern that probably Mother HLADINI wasn't getting all what she might be needing, so she had the habit of wanting to, or the desire for wanting to sending her certain little things that could be useful to her. And Mother HLADINI sees the opportunity of that, of caring for the devotee's need. Instead of her getting things for ourselves, she was literally getting packages and giving to devotees, offering to devotees. So we got to know Mother Atichandra from Mother HLADINI because she will always send some packages to different devotees. And in this way, she was encouraging devotees a lot. One of the, well, we've heard about absorption in serving Jagannath. But here in Africa, we saw her very much absorbed in serving Gaur-Nitai, because she came with her deities of Gaur-Nitai and she was always traveling with them. And not only just serving the Gaur-Nitai deities, but Mother HLADINI will never give any class without ending with Gaura Lila. It's always. And in fact, I'm very delighted to hear today that one of the pastimes of Gaura Lila she used to share with us was actually our own personal experience. She used to speak a lot about Nityananda and Balaram quarreling for the offering at Mother Sashi's house. And the traveling Brahmana who came there, and Nimai was just consuming the offering one after the other, and he didn't know until the Lord revealed himself. And then when the Lord revealed himself, the whole house of Sashimata in Navadvip became Vrindavan. And this Brahmana started seeing Vrindavan all over, no longer Navadvip. And inside the dream, Mother Sashi was having these experiences in her own dream of Nimai and Nitai chasing Krishna and Balaram out, and Krishna and Balaram coming to say, no, this is our offering. What are you doing here? This is Vrindavan. And Nimai and Nitai said, no, what are you doing here? Here is Navadvip. She used to tell us these stories. I never knew that at the time, by the grace, mercy of Radhana Maharaj, we were able to see that she was actually part of this pastime also, because in her own dream, she was also seeing them. So this dream, this Gora Lila, she used to share with us, and you cannot just help to continue remembering them. She would speak about Kulevashara, taunting, Nimai taunting Kulevashara, with his services, and so many of these Gora Lila she used to share, and you will hear them again and again till it sticks in your head. So then what happened? Mother, excuse me, I want to have them in a series. So she visited Sierra Leone. I was in Sierra Leone, 1989. She came to Sierra Leone twice. She came 1989 when she came with Gurudev, when she first came to Africa. So she toured the countries. So she came to Sierra Leone, and then she went back. Then afterwards, when Gurudev traveled and left her behind to travel all the countries and preach, so she traveled and got to Liberia. And that was the time the war started. So while she was in Liberia, she went in the company of two devotees, Satananda Prabhu and Yogamaya. He and his wife. Satananda was married to Yogamaya. And Satananda is such a fantastic devotee. He used to preach to high-level people right in Nigeria. Actually, by the mercy of our Guru there, we were all doing this kind of bold preaching to government officials. We were reaching out to high-level people, and many of the devotees got into this mood. And Satananda was particularly very expert in influencing high-level people to become devotees. They just, we don't know. Devotees used to go to the airport to preach to passengers traveling. Satananda would go and preach to the directors of the airport, to all the big people connected to the airport, giving them books, and they will come to the temple and they become friendly. He will go to the governor's office. He will go to people you would never imagine. Satananda was such a wonderful devotee. So eventually, when they went to Liberia, he also started doing that kind of high-level preaching in Liberia. And with Mother HLADINI with him, it was easy. He would go and plant the seed, and Mother HLADINI would come and water it. And with that combination, everyone was, falling for Krishna consciousness. It's a fantastic combination. So when the war started, and there was a lull in activities, and preaching wasn't going on that much. So there was a little bit of anxiety and agitation in the temple, not much of engagement. So Mother thought, let's go to Sierra Leone. So now she came with Yogamaya and Satananda to Sierra Leone. They didn't come to stay long. So very soon time passed by and they had to go back. They came by road, and the journey was very hectic for them. So when they decided to go back, we all agreed that Mother HLADINI will go by here, so they could return by road. So Satananda and Yogamaya, they both returned by road. So now Mother had to leave by here. So what happened? Just barely a week after they left, there was a news that President Doe of Liberia had asked all foreigners without exemption to leave Liberia because he could no longer guarantee their safety. So that news came out while Mother HLADINI was still in Sierra Leone. So now the question is, Mataji, are you going to go back? She said, yes, I have to go back. I did not tell them I'm not going to come back. I have to go back. So we attempted we made a reservation. Quickly, just after that announcement by President Doe, almost all airlines were canceling their flights to Liberia. But we still managed to get some reservation. And then we went to the airport. We did this 3 times, and 3 times flight canceled. Now, Sierra Leone, the only airport in Sierra Leone, is not in the city, in the capital city. It is in the inland, and you have to cross the sea with ferry before you start your driving now to the airport. So it's such a whole hectic kind of thing going to the airport. And we made that kind of journey 3 times, 3 consecutive times, and we couldn't get any flight. So I told Mata, I said, I think now this is a sign from Krishna that you don't have to go back. She still said, no, I have to go. So we tried another way. So there were military choppers, the peacekeeping force, the regional peacekeeping force called ECOMOG. They were functioning in Liberia, and they have base in Sierra Leone because they are neighboring countries. So they have choppers doing supply for their troops. So we had to get in touch with them and requested that we could have a seat for Mother in their chopper, their military chopper. And they agreed. So that was how Mataji was able to leave finally back to Liberia. Now, when she got back to Liberia, there are certain sequence to what happened. First, our temple president in Liberia, Jyoti Prabhu, was no longer staying in the temple because the temple had acquired about 400 acres of land. And he was staying on the farmland, trying to develop the place. So when the war started advancing towards the capital, Charles Taylor, the main warlord, had cut off all the routes leading Morovia into the hinterland. That was how the temple president was cut off from going back to the temple. So now we have a temple with devotees without the leader. Mother HLADINI had to be she's the senior person there, but she's not an administrator. So she's a preacher, it's a Vaishnavi, but she's not an administrator. So things were not going very smoothly. And there were about 5 devotees from Nigeria. Maybe only 1 or 2 Liberians were there. Actually, all those were killed. 5 Nigerians total were killed, and 1 Liberian. I have all their names. I will try to give the names later on. So what happened next? The temple is situated in the city center, Kerry Street. Activities became almost nil in the city because the different warring factions were trying to capture the capital street by street. So during the crossfire and the shooting, the temple was getting hit. So about two stray bullets hit the temple on the roof and right inside the temple room. And that really scared the devotees. They said, no, they have to leave the place. So that's how the devotees moved away from Kerry Street and went to the city outskirts, Logan Town. They had a friend who had abandoned his house and gone into the hinterland, and he couldn't return. So he told them they can go and occupy the house at Logan Town. And Logan Town was the outskirts of Morovia. So they went and moved in there. And as not longer they moved in, they found out that they were just by Prince Taylor, Prince Johnson, another warlord. He had come very close to Logan Town. That's where he camped his soldiers. So they were neighbors with Prince Johnson. And there is the news that anyone who comes in must report he or herself to Prince Johnson, anyone who comes into the neighborhood. So devotees were informed that they have to go and report themselves to Prince Johnson, that they have moved into the neighborhood. So they went. And when devotees went there, that was actually the beginning of the whole fiasco. That was where everything went bad. So when they got there, he welcomed them, and the devotees introduced themselves as missionaries, preachers, devotees. But Satananda probably made a mistake. Well, it's not a mistake, it's what we usually do and what we say. He told Prince Johnson that they are monks. And Prince Johnson said, okay, you are all monks? Yes, yes, we're all monks. Okay. So it was getting to night time. And then Prince Johnson said, no, it's not safe for you people to go back. You can sleep here. So my men will arrange for places for you to sleep. And then they were going to go away with Mother HLADINI and Yoga Maya to some room. And Satananda, along with the person who took them there, Dr. Ba, they were supposed to go to somewhere else. And Satananda said, no, 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 no. Yoga Maya is my wife. I would prefer we stay together. And Prince Johnson took an offense. How come you say you are monks? And now you're again saying this is your wife? That is nonsense. And immediately decided that Dr. Ba is a Muslim guy. He was the one who went to introduce the devotees to Prince Johnson. He said, now take him, Dr. Ba, and this Satananda, take them to the death camp. So they have a death camp, a firing squad. Once you get there, they tie you to a stick and they fire you. That's all. No questioning. So they were taken to this death camp, waiting for the executor to pass by. But that night, it rained all night. They were tied to the sticks, and it rained all night. So the executor didn't go, or he couldn't go, maybe because of the rain, for one reason or the other. And all night, Satananda was chanting Hare Krishna, and Dr. Ba, a Muslim, was chanting, Islamic mantra. And the following morning, Prince Johnson remembered. He said, where are those my Hare Krishna men? And they reminded him, they've been sent to the death camp. And he asked, have they been killed? They said, no, the executor couldn't go last night. They said, oh, go bring them. So they escaped being killed that night. They were brought back. And then he apologized to them, gave them food and money to go back to their ashram. But that moment, something had happened. Something happened which actually almost killed the spirit of Mother HLADINI. And anyway, they went back, and there was this communication going on. Prince Johnson used to send them food, money to organize Food for Life. But from that moment, Mother HLADINI had become a bit reclusive and withdrawn to herself. This was September 9, 1990, the president was captured, President Doe. He was captured by this warlord, Prince Johnson. And on this following day, he was killed. That was on the 10th of September. And after the president was killed, it was like there was no government, there was no ruler, nothing. So there was a killing spree going on. There was no rule, nothing. Nobody was responsible for anything. So it was a time when a lot of all kind of killing was going on. Very brutal killing was going on. Terrible. So Mother HLADINI wrote the letter, the famous letter everyone heard about. Mother HLADINI wrote that letter to kind of ask him to stop, that kind of demoniac act. Prince Johnson didn't take the letter he didn't take it lightly. So he came, that was September 19. Like Saadi Prabhu rightly mentioned, there are certain inaccuracies. They weren't killed on October 3rd. They were killed on September 19th, 9 days after the death of President Doe. So they went in late at night. That was the late at night of 19 night, going to midnight, very late at night when devotees were already sleeping. They went in, kick open the gate, jump the fence, and kick open the doors, and ask everyone to come out. Some devotees took to hiding. Mother HLADINI came out. Satananda, Yogamaya, Ganapati Prabhu, Sharanaravinda Das, Bhakta, there were two Bhakta Austin and Bhakta Edward. They were Nigerians. They hid themselves. But a Liberian Bhakta was among them. He came out. Acharya Prabhu was in a hiding. Ajita Prabhu was in a hiding. Iramaya Prabhu was in a hiding. So about 7 devotees were lined up and taken to the bridge side. This is called the Cardwell Bridge. And they were executed. Of course, Mother HLADINI was saying, take me alone. What is his name? Prince Johnson said, I gave you money, I gave you food, and you speaking bad about me. And Mother said, take me alone. Leave them, take me alone. But he took all of them, and they were all executed on the bridge. Later in the morning, the devotees saw Mother's sari floating in the river. Of course, it was the custom for them during all this killing spree. Anyone that was killed, they just throw him into the river. So it was just like normal for them. They threw all of them in. They would go by the bridge side to do the execution, and then throw the body into the river. But the sari of Mother got stuck in one stick or something, and it was there for many days. Many people saw the sari floating in that river for many days. So this is how the execution happened. And the letter that was mentioned was actually taken there by Acharya Prabhu when killing was going on so much and people were so scared. So Mother thought she should offer this advice. But I would want to say one thing, that whatever happened, Krishna's hand is in it, because one, we wouldn't, I think Krishna wanted Mother's sacrifice, glorious life to be remembered forever. So this type of end seems to us like tragic end. but actually it's for a higher purpose. And the second point is that Mother HLADINI could not have continued to live after whatever must have transpired. She just wanted Prince Johnson to finish what she had started, what he had started. She was no longer herself. So whatever happened was like it was destined to happen, because she was not, like that devotee said back to flowers. She had already gone. All what she did was to give her body later on, but she had, in spirit, she had already gone. But I would also like to mention a few things about our spirit of sacrifice, like you could figure out from Sierra Leone. Despite all the obstacles, but she still decided to go. And in Liberia, the American embassy approached her twice. They sent, when they were evacuating the American citizens, they sent the helicopter and asked her to come, that they're taking the last batch of American citizens. She refused to go. Now, we shouldn't take this as an obstinacy. No. It was destined to happen. She had come to Africa to help make Africans devotees, and she gave all her life for that. And whatever happened, transpired, that was not like, dignifying. She gave up her body for that reason. And the last point I would like to mention, some of the speakers who spoke, and especially when Mother Rajalila was speaking, and from what His Holiness shared with us, Mother HLADINI, I can tell you that from my own perspective, you be with Mother HLADINI, you will never feel that you are with a woman. She doesn't appear to you like a woman. You don't have the feeling that you are with her. You may be with an old woman, and you know that this is a woman. Mother HLADINI wasn't that old. She was, but you never get the feeling, because all her demeanor, all our gestures, and everything, you don't see like a woman. No, you never have it. I'm telling you, sincerely speaking. I was with her many a time, and I used to tell myself, she doesn't come to me like she's a woman. So she transcended her body. And from what Mother Rajalila shared, even getting back into ordinary cloth was very difficult for her. She's a saint. There's no doubt about it. And we are happy that we were blessed with such a person to have given us a darshan, to have given us a service. Anyone who has come in contact with the Mother HLADINI will find it very difficult not to remain a devotee. Sorry, I said last thing. One thing that I also noted, I shouldn't miss that, was one of the impact. So by the time Mother HLADINI came, the preaching was really growing very strong in Africa. And we were having so many mothers in the temple. As at the time she came, I think we were having, in Lagos alone, 25 brahmacharinis and about 70 brahmacharis in Lagos alone. And as at that time, many of the mothers, the anxiety is who to get married to, how to get a good husband. That is the aspiration. There's no like any other role model or any other, thing to aspire to. It's like there's no other role for women in ISKCON or in Krishna consciousness. But when Mother HLADINI came, it changed. Because they could see that this is a woman who is a leader in the movement, and she's totally detached. She's totally detached. She has no consciousness or any material consciousness. The mood changed, and the mothers who were around at that time became very serious in their preaching. For a while, all the struggle for Prabhus or get married kind of died down. And we could see Yogamaya was even though she was married, but she was serving Mother HLADINI like a servant, and she was always going with her. Most of them temporarily forgot that they were women also, because they were staying with somebody who has transcended a body. So this was a very important impact as at that time. Unfortunately, she didn't live long to continue to inspire that, spirit. It's difficult to find, people who can inspire that kind of detachment from the body. She came to us, to Africa, as Mother Swami Irishkesha. That was the name when she was initiated as a sannyasi. But later on, trying to, how do you say, to go along with ISKCON principles, she took back her name HLADINI, but she was always in saffron sari, and she was always looking very, very saintly. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share a little bit that I know about Mother HLADINI, and I wish that our memory will remain forever with us. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for sharing this great Srimad Varahacharya Prabhu. And devotees, we thank you all for sitting tight and being with us. Before the program started, I'm not a very prayerful person, but I prayed to Guru and Krishna to help me not to cry. And so far, I think I'm doing pretty good. Because some of the experiences are quite grotesque and it's very painful. But we're going to continue. Dr. Flowers is here. We shared his eulogy, but since he himself is here, I'm not sure if Dr. Flowers, you will have a minute to share with us, to tell us, especially you yourself being Liberian and visited the temple and knowing what happened. If you may share a little bit with us, and then we'll continue our discussion. So, Dr. Flowers, please, you be on mute. Hare Krishna.
Haribo. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And it's been a long time. It's been decades. And being in this program is like I am reliving what happened in Liberia. The war started in 1989 in December. And like you said earlier on, I'm a Liberian by birth. My ancestors are Liberians. I was born in Ghana and I moved to Liberia. And I was the devotees at the temple all the time. I took part in a lot of programs and I knew all of them. So we've covered so many grounds already, so I will not repeat what had already been said. So I will just mention a few things that nobody has heard before. So I lived in Looking Town, and the temple was on Kerry Street in Central Monrovia. So when the war hit Central Monrovia, the devotees came to Looking Town, where they lived in the house of the Prabhu. He was not a devotee, but he gave his place for them to live. So when they came, I was the one who advised the male devotees, Ganapati, Ramaya, and Prabhu Franklin, that's Sananda, to change into the material clothes, because at the time, the war was confusing. If you had anything that was orange or red, you became a target. Because Charles Taylor's rebels, they were wearing red T-shirts. They called themselves the Scorpions. Prince Johnson rebels, They were wearing, camouflage. So if you had anything red or orange, they thought of you as somebody part of Chancellor's rebels. So I took all my karmic clothing and I gave to the devotees, to the male devotees, Ganapati, Ramaya, and everyone to change out of the orange devotee clothing so they would not look too obvious. And so I went to visit them a whole lot. Now, long matter short, we may think that Mother Radini time was short on earth or she didn't do much of her work. No, but she was complete. Her purpose on earth was complete. It was not cut short. We have to go beyond the physical. Like I was there when the American embassy was evacuating American citizens. She refused to go. She was in Sierra Leone. There, she could have even thought of not coming back. Even for some of us in Liberia, we were trying to leave the country. But she decided to stay because she had a purpose. The day they were taken to Johnson's base, she was not taken alone. She was taken with some of the devotees. And like the mother read in my eulogy, I was put to firing squad in Liberia. One time I came from visiting the devotees and I fell into a Prince Johnson ambush. I was put to firing squad. I was put at a state to be killed when I've just left the devotees. At that point, I started, as Krishna said, if you can remember me at the point of death, you are sent. So at that point, I started praying, started chanting. I was not shot, I was not killed, I was freed. I don't want to go to the details, it's a long story, but I was freed. They were taken, and I had a trance vision. I didn't know they were going to be killed. But the vision I had, the mother and the devotees were in a place like Nirvana. It was just like outside this material world. And they were chanting. They were all calm and they were so happy in themselves. And I was calm, I was just watching them. I was just watching. So when I learned of their death the following day, I knew she did not come to save herself, to finish her work and ascend, but the devotees with whom the bodies were killed, she lifted them up. It's through her they all left to God's head. So her job was done. The years we live on this earth, the way we die, how we die, does not matter. That is a physical. But how we lived spiritually in Krishna, in the Lord, serving God, worshiping Him with devotional service, chanting His songs, and living like a photocopy of the Supreme is what matters. So as far as I'm concerned, so I'm very, very happy you mentioned about the call to make her a saint. That is the life she lived. Selfless action. And she did not ascend alone. The devotees that came out, she went with them. Through her, all those devotees left the body to God's head before the material body was even shot. Prince Johnson himself died just last year of heart attack. Wherever he ends up, we don't care. But devotees' ascension is what we should celebrate today. Look at when it happened, decades. This is the first time I'm finding myself reliving what happened in Liberia, what I witnessed, what I was a part of. So Mother attained sainthood. She demonstrated it. And I saw it. Krishna revealed to me. It was not like a dream, it was a trance vision. And I saw it. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, sharing. Well, your name is Flowers, so that means you are as loving as flowers. And we thank Guru and Krishna for protecting your life and also helping the devotees as you did. So thank you. We would like to, Salika Prabhu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so you may invite, like what the message I sent to you. Please, you may do that.
Okay, I wasn't checking my messages.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. I don't think I've seen your message, Sadi, for who?
All right, if you may invite Madam Malati.
Oh, what a great honor. Hare Krishna. Unfortunately, my video is not on because I'm using a second system. It is a great privilege to have this honor to invite our dear mother. Actually, mothers are very compassionate because when I saw that we started this program, mother was right there from the beginning. And to sit all this long, I'm listening to all of this, Leela, and they've not tired and still with us. We're very grateful, mother. And we're praying that Guru and Krishna will give you more time to be able to inspire us in our devotional service. So I don't have your message, but
it's okay. I think that is good enough. Mother Krishna Shakti, please, if you may introduce her grace so that Mother Malati may speak.
All right. Mother Malati, a senior spiritual leader of ISKCON, is one of the first disciples of His Holiness A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. She was initiated in 1967 and played a pivotal role in the early years of ISKCON in San Francisco and London, where she helped to establish the movement. Malati Dasi has become the first woman appointed to ISKCON's governing body commission, GBC, in 1998, and is a proponent for women's roles within the movement. She remains active and organizing events and providing spiritual guidance and co-authoring a book about female disciples of Srila Prabhupada. And she supports wonderful devotees all over the world. And we are so grateful and fortunate to have her here. So we look forward to hearing realizations. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Now I've lost the Zoom thing.
No, we still can see you and hear you.
Okay, all right.
Hare Krishna.
Om Gyantimirandasya Sananasa Kalaya Chakchum Militam Yena Tasme Sri Gurave Namaha. So I'm offering each and every one of you, seen and unseen, my reverential and my obeisances. I did not have a personal association with HLADINI Devi Dasi. I didn't even know about her until after her passage. And when I found out about her, it wasn't even clear if actually she had passed or not. It was in 1990, September in New Vrindavan, and there were little murmurs. So you know how murmurs are, like wind going through the leaves of the tree. And it was the leader of the community who invited me to lunch at one of the restaurants at that time in the palace. And he told me it was suspected that she had departed. And he just made a comment which was
at that point in time, the way things were being looked at, intended as a compliment on this person that I hadn't known. He said she was the hardest working mother I had ever encountered. But it wasn't really known what had happened or even why. And listening to some of the narrations today, on the one hand, deep glorification about her saintly character, and then the brutal descriptions of what had occurred. I see now Radha Sundari is here, and His Holiness Radhanath Swami mentioned her in his glorification. And I specifically wanted her to speak because here is a person from her childhood, she knew HLADINI, and her life, even after the passage, was being molded by the teachings and association that she imbibed. So I'm requesting you now, Radha Sundari, to speak something. And if there's time, I have another short eulogy, or remembrance actually, by Yamuna Devi Dasi, not Prabhupada's Yamuna, but Satsvarupa Goswami's Yamuna, often referred to as Little Yamuna, who was her own life taken into a direction of deep change after meeting HLADINI Devi Dasi in 1983. And she is the author of the book, Legacy of Love, which is not in print, but I would humbly suggest, if there's something you want to do, get this book in print and make it again available for people to know about the wonderful character and devotion exhibited by HLADINI Devi Dasi. So, Radha Sundari, can you please speak?
Krishna.
You were given
obeisance to all the
tomorrow,
devotees.
so I'm not going to go over it again, but please say a few words how you met her.
Well, my memories are not so profound as the other devotees because they're from a child's perspective. They're very simple in that sense, but I can say without a doubt, as Malati Devi was saying, that they are the very foundation of my spiritual life and my aspiration to serve Srila Prabhupada and his followers. In HLADINI Devi's association, there was no space for any doubt that Krishna is a person, and he happens to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But more importantly, he was a person who loved me fiercely and deeply and unconditionally. And she made that a reality every day, every moment. And there's so many memories that stand out. I remember once I was maybe 7 or 8 years old, and we would go every weekend to the temple. And one Sunday, my parents had another commitment, so we couldn't go. And on Monday afternoon, when I came home from school, she called and she said, "Did you hear about what happened at the temple yesterday?" I said, "No." And she said, "You don't know?" And then I was curious. "No, what happened?" "Oh, there was almost such a big disaster." I said, "Oh, what happened?" She said, "Well, I rang the conch shell for Gaur Arti and I went to open the curtains and Gaur Nitai said, 'Stop, we are not giving darshan.'" And I said to them, "What do you mean you're not giving darshan?" And they said, "No, we will not give darshan unless we're wearing the garlands that Braja Kumari made for us." That was my name then. And I was so shocked and stunned. And she said, "I had to beg and plead." And she said, "I told them I made you such nice garlands." And they said, "No, we don't look good in your garlands. We only can give darshan if Braja Kumari comes and makes garlands for us." And from that day, my parents could convince me to do anything by saying, "If you don't do this, you're not going to the temple." Because I felt such a profound sense of responsibility that Gaur Nitai didn't want to be seen unless I made their garlands. and it was so real, and it was so beautiful and exciting and adventurous, just being able to serve Krishna. And I remember the first time I cooked with her in New Vrindavan, we were making the 4 o'clock offering. And we went in the kitchen and she said, so I'm going to cook all of these things, but you are going to make something really special. She said, you know, Krishna loves yogurt, right? I said, yeah, of course. And she said, well, we're going to give Krishna a bowl of yogurt. We're going to do something special. At the bottom of the bowl, you're going to chop up fruits and nuts and put a layer of the fruits and nuts and put the yogurt on top. And when Krishna sees it, he'll think, oh, a nice bowl of yogurt. But when he bites into it, he'll get such a surprise. There are all of these delicious things at the bottom. So we call it Krishna surprise. And so I was so excited, and I, helped her make this. And then I remember running into the temple room when she took the offering, and I can almost feel still those railings in my hand and my face between the railings, waiting for the door to open to see if Vrindavan Chandra is really surprised. And the doors opened and I looked at him. It's like, wow, he's really surprised. He looks so surprised. And it was so exciting. And every moment was like that with her. Every day was like that with her. And somehow or other, despite being such a deep and dedicated and serious and sober and very busy devotee, she found the time and the space in her heart to spend like every waking moment with a child who was not even her child. And she would keep me with her all the time. We would stay in her little loft above Jagannath's Pujari room, which at that time was maybe 4 feet by 8 feet and about 3 feet high. And we'd both sleep in there and live in there. And she would wake up around 2 o'clock in the morning, 1:32. She would read, she would chant. Then we'd go to Mangalarti, which was super exciting because we'd go right to the front and dance like crazy. She was the best dancer. She loved to dance in kirtan so much, and it was so much fun. And then she'd take me on the altar with her. We would dress the deities, which itself was so extraordinary, such a personal experience of how the deities would speak to her and tell her what they want. And then we'd cook. And I don't know, I couldn't hear everything because I had some service here, but she was the best cook with cinnamon buns and bima burgers and so many wonderful things. And it was always an adventure. We'd go to the palace and steal roses out of Prabhupada's rose garden, which for the New Vrindavan devotees, I'm not recommending it to anyone. I'm sorry, but that's what we would do. Steal roses for Jagannath, and Gargarishi Prabhu would come screaming at us, and we'd go running down the hill and he'd chase behind us. It was so much more fun to offer those roses to Jagannath. And of course, her love for the devotees, and especially her appreciation for Radhanath Swami and Bhakti Tirtha Swami. I remember once Radhanath Swami was leaving our temple, and I was just a little girl, and he said to me, oh, I'm going to miss you so much. I wish I could take you with me. And he was starting to drive away, and then and I was crying. And she looked at me and said, should we go? And I was like, what? And she just opened the back door of the van and we jumped in. We took off with Marge and Strong Faith, who was driving. Some of you will remember him. And of course, going on Harinam with her was always an adventure. She was so joyful and blissful in Kirtan, and the holy name was so real and so present with her that you could feel it tangibly. You could feel Krishna's love. You could feel the energy and the joy of being able to call out Krishna's names. And she had, as devotees mentioned, such a motherly affection for everyone. There was never any hint of selfish motivation. There was nothing but service for the devotees and service for Krishna. And Krishna was so present. He was real, a person, and he was waiting for our service. And yesterday, His Holiness Radhanath Swami was giving initiation in Vrindavan here in Italy. He was telling the devotees, actually, this is the purpose of spiritual life. We have to remember the goal is just to learn to love Krishna and to serve him. And she was there. She had not only attained that goal, but she could give that. She had the capacity to give it to anyone who had the good fortune of her association. And I will remain eternally grateful and eternally yearning to have that association again. And in the meantime, I pray that I will have the opportunity to associate with and serve those of you who did have our association much more profoundly and deeply than I did. And I thank Malati Devi for allowing me this opportunity to speak, and Rajalila Devi, who, by the mercy of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, after Ladini's departure, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj asked her to become my mother because he knew that I would be missing my mother, Ladini. So I thank her also for always taking that role seriously. And I won't take any more of your time, but thank you so much for this opportunity to share with you. Hare Krishna.
Haribol, thank you.
Hare Krishna.
I want to make a couple comments. Sahadev, early on when you started narrating, you kept saying HLADINI Devi Shakti, and then you correct yourself. But really, there was no need to correct yourself. She really was HLADINI Devi Shakti, giver of love, divine love. Do I have time to read this little offering? For it's a remembrance.
Yes, yes, Mother, you do. I just want to quickly say a big thank you to Mother Radha Sundari, and we apologize. Personally, I didn't know you are in Italy as you're speaking, so it's quite late your time, but we're very grateful that you could be here to share this wonderful memories with us. Thank you so much. Yes, Mother Malati, please, you may go ahead.
Again, this is from Little Jamuna. That's what she was called, Satsvarup Das Goswami's servant. So she's relating, the first time I saw HLADINI was in January 1983 at Jagannath Bahulavan Temple, that's in New Vrindavan. She had been offering the arti while singing the Gauranga arti prayers. Entering the temple, I felt struck by a wave. I was surprised, but immediately drawn into the devotional atmosphere. It felt like floating. I was convinced and thought, this is how I want to worship Lord Jagannath. It was personal. What an impression. Then HLADINI sat down to a plate full of fruits and sweets, including her saffron cinnamon buns. Then the enthusiastic discourse, all about Lord Jagannath and his mercy. At one point, she went to her room and brought out a few photo albums with the letters she received from Srila Prabhupada and hundreds of photos of their lordships, Jagannath, Balaram, and Subhadra. It was the most enlivening encounter I ever had with a devotee. Soon thereafter, I received Brahmin initiation and became Lord Jagannath's Pujari in Philadelphia. Our relationship was always centered around their service and their mercy. She wrote off and on. A few times, she sent a wad of $1 bills for me to go to the South African Feather Company in downtown Philadelphia to purchase ostrich feathers for Lord Jagannath's turbans. I love being engaged in their service. In return, I sent her a dozen 4-inch luglus for their lordships. I remember that her cooking was very simple yet sumptuous. She had been known for her saffron cinnamon buns, spiral carob vanilla cookies, pea balls, which were spiced cauliflower pea filling in a ball of mashed potatoes wrapped in a thin layer of paneer, dipped in chickpea flour, and then fried. Who makes these things anymore? Vegetables and cream sauce, eggplant, tomato sabzi with strips of papadum noodles. HLADINI's enthusiasm in her service to their lordships was contagious. Her dealings with devotees respectful. She saw and encouraged the good in others, creating ways for everyone to serve. I want to share, this is Jamuna, a few poems from HLADINI's writing, which exemplify her deep connection and devotion to their lordships and her fondness for serving their lordships at the old Vrindavan farm, a peaceful environment with a cow or two, birds, raccoons, trees. she and the Lord, with an occasional passer-by, until Jagannath was ordered to move from old Vrindavan to Bahulavan. She preferred staying, and she petitioned the Lord to remain in old Vrindavan. So, you want to become a famous prince? You want the opulence of bangles and glitters? I can't believe it would happen again. You were happy being simple. We didn't need all that because we had us. But I won't stop you. To hell I won't. I'll do anything in my power. So he has such plans of grandeur and opulence. But you don't need that. You can be the most famous with the world at your feet. But can you just forget us, throw it away at a moment's notice? You've got the opulence in your eyes, the most hidden treasure only to be unlocked by unbounding love. I beg, plead, fall at your feet. Don't leave me. I need you in flannel, 'cause you are in jewels, then it wouldn't be us. Were you the prince you should be? I couldn't be there. Were you as famous as you should be? Everyone would see you and want you, and there would be no more room for us. I love you in flannel. No one else notices what exists beneath. You'll never be famous with me. I'll hide you forever, you and your wonderful flannel. Although she pleaded with him, she surrendered to their home being in Bahulavan. The conditions in which she lived and served were austere. And the following poem had been published in the Brijbasi Spirit. That was a internal New Vrindavan newspaper or magazine. It was called The Fire of Devotional Service. Vrindavan, Vrindavan, all covered with snow. Where did all your Sarabi cows go? The green, scenic pastures are covered with ice. To live in Vrindavan is not a cheap price. The icy cold winds come in demanding the rent for all those sweet summers you spent. The sunshine, the flowers, the cows running free, and now transformed to austerity. The supplies are depleted, the woodpile is low. Devotees are shivering, no warm place to go. 4 blankets on top of 5 layers of clothes. Still, you don't know if you'll wake up all froze. The stoves are so smoky you can't see the floor, and your bowl is froze to the prasadam room floor. The night brings in -60 chill factor, and Bhavishyat Das won't come with the tractor. You're wondering if this cold will ever stop. It's 10:30 at night, and there's more wood to chop. You start to ask, what am I doing here? I'm sick and I'm suffering. The end isn't near. But the answer unfolds in the room with the heater. As the loving exchange gets sweeter and sweeter, their warmth and their pleasure is what we're here for. And if this be the price, we're ready for more. All glories to Srila Prabhupada's HLADINI. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for reading from this all wonderful book about the glories of Mother HLADINI by this amazing devotee, Mother Yamuna Devi. Thank you so much, Mother Malati, for being here with us for all this while. See, in order for this beautiful program to come about, there were lots of devotees' assistance and contribution that made it happen. And Mother Malati is one of such great devotees who helped make it happen. And the other person is our sweet and beautiful auntie, Her Grace Mother Rukmini. So, Mother Rukmini, we can't thank you enough for all the help and the guide and the encouragement to making this a reality. So with that being said, Mother Krishna Shakti, if you may kindly introduce Mother Rukmini so that she may speak. Hare Krishna.
Right, Her Grace Rukmini Davidasi was initiated by Srila Prabhupada in 1968 in Montreal. After coming to Krishna consciousness in San Francisco, she has served in Boston, New York, and Los Angeles as Pujari. In 1972, she was sent by Srila Prabhupada along with a group of other artists to Mayapur to learn the art of putal, clay doll making for the purpose of creating theistic exhibitions. Two of these exhibitions were completed in Los Angeles and Detroit ISKCON temples. For 25 years, she has owned a business in DC called as Kindred Spirits, which is donated to ISKCON Communications, Children of ISKCON, ISKCON Protection, Child Protection, as well as outreach projects. She is a member of the Bhakti Center in New York City and the Bhaktivedanta College at Rotterdam, Belgium. She is currently teaching and leading workshops and retreats in New York and Washington, D.C. area. She is the wife of Anutma, ISKCON's global minister of communications, and the mother of Gauravani, the Kirtanier. She lives with her family in Washington, D.C. area, and we look forward to hearing from you. Welcome.
Hare Krishna, Mother Rukmini, you may unmute.
I unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Hare Krishna.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chaksinmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I am beyond speechless. I am so amazed at all that I've heard. Thank you so much, Shriman Varaha Acharya, Bhakta Flowers, Rajalila, Malati, Radha Sundari. I unfortunately had the time written down wrong, apparently, and I came in 1 hour late. So I missed so much, but I'm looking forward to hearing the recording. And I'm also looking forward to this being a very important article in ISKCON News about the history of the great saint and martyr, dear HLADINI Devi Dasi. And I will speak up. Maybe Malati can help me. We can speak up to make sure that this great martyr of the Krishna consciousness movement is properly honored by all devotees. So I don't have much to say. I'm so grateful to have the book Legacy of Love, and it's a great gift to the world by Jamuna. And what Malati read is just so overpoweringly amazing. I only personally met HLADINI one time in my life. I was Pujari in New York, and I was coming to New Vrindavan for a couple of days. And I thought I shouldn't come empty-handed. And so I just found some towels that we had in the Pujari department. And I brought these towels to give to HLADINI so that she could use them for her dear beloved Lord Jagannath and Gornitai. And when I met her, I could see that she was a saint, and she was on the spontaneous level of ecstatic devotion. How did I see that? I saw that in her eyes, her ecstatic eyes, and her ecstatic gratitude. So it was obvious to me that she was a great saint at that time because of the gratitude with which she received just a couple of humble pieces of cloth that I gave her, and by her ecstatic demeanor. So I am overwhelmed at hearing from all of you, and I'm so grateful. And I think we should all try to, we hear politics in ISKCON are bad, right? But I think we should all politic, all of us together, all of us on this chat and this great memorial ceremony. We should all politic together to make sure that her HLADINI's sainthood is recognized in ISKCON, that she sacrificed her life for the service of Lord Jagannath, the service of Gornitai, and the service of all the dear, precious devotees of Africa, who she gave her life so fearlessly for. I love that Bhakta Flowers said that she was saying, I was writing notes, she was saying, take me alone. Take me alone. No, I think that was Varaha, Shriman Varaha Acharya who said that. She was saying, take me alone. So yes, this is the most beautiful quote from Lord Jesus Christ that Sahadev read at the beginning. There's no greater love than to give, for one to give their life for others. So thank you so much for allowing me to say a couple of words. I am overwhelmed, so I'm so grateful, and I hope that 10 million people watch this memorial service and read about it on ISKCON News. Thank you all. Thank you so much, Sahadev, for all your work in pulling this together. This is a beautiful, beautiful memorial and tribute to her. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, dear Auntie, for your help, your blessings. There is one other devotee who worked so tirelessly behind the scene. Actually, I learned this from Mother Rukmini when she spoke on the Hare Krishna Africa platform some time ago, that the most important part of a house is the foundation, but it's not often seen, you know. So there are lots of people behind the scene who helped make this celebration possible. And one of such great devotees is Her Grace Mother Kamagiri, my dear auntie. But we would like His Grace Salika Prabhu to help read a few interactions we have here. We deliberately made it short because there isn't much time. Salika Prabhu to read what Srila Prabhupada said to Her Grace Mother HLADINI Devi. So we're going to put that up on the screen, and then His Grace Salika Prabhu will help read that to our hearing. Hare Krishna. All right, so let's go here.
Hare Krishna. Prabhupada in his own words. So far, when dreams are concerned, it is very nice that you are thinking about Krishna consciousness even while sleeping. Jagannath is very kind, and he can also appear in mind in his own form. So why not in your dream? It's so nice to see how enthusiastic you are executing this process of devotional service. And how much you like your engagement here in New Vrindavan. I can see that you're very nicely taking care of the deity, and this is much appreciated by me. Now, you stick to this process of worship of the deity, and you will advance more and more in Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for reading that, Salika Prabhu. Thank you for reading that. If we may, Mother Krishna Shakti, if you may introduce His Grace Srivasvanachari, so that we could hear some of the amazing pastimes of Mother HLADINI from Africa. Hare Krishna.
Sadi Prabhu, Sylvia, before you speak,
Yeah.
at some point, maybe after this, Mother HLADINI's pictures that you have in the collage, maybe you can share it for the devotees view at some point, especially the one behind you.
All right, Hare Krishna.
Okay.
Hare
All
Krishna.
right. Okay, His Grace Srivas Das Vanachari joined ISKCON in Africa in 1981, and he was initiated in 1983. He has served as temple president in different temples in Nigeria and Ghana. He's also served as BBT manager and regional secretary. He teaches at the Bhakti Shastri course and the Bhakti Vaibhav course at the Mayapur Institute. At present, he serves as ISKCON as the regional secretary for West Africa, GBC deputy, member of the task for the assessment of sannyas candidates, sannyas ministry, executive members of Sustainable Vaishnav Community Development, zonal supervisor for West Africa and global duty officer. He is also West Africa's first Grihastha Guru. We look forward to hearing from His Grace.
Yeah, thank you. So, His Grace Srivas Das Vanachari, if you may unmute. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Gurudev and all glory to Srila Prabhupada. Before I will say anything, let me first of all offer my obeisances unto His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj and to His Holiness Srila Radhana Swami Maharaj. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Iti Namini. Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Ashri Tatmani Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Bhakti Tirtha Iti Namini. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Radhana Swami Iti Namini. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namini. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvase Sashyavari Pasachade Satarini. Vanchakalpa Tarvyascha Kripa Sindhuvya Vacha Paritanam Pavanibhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to say a few words about such an exalted Vaishnav. I have heard from many devotees this afternoon the wonderful qualities, the intense love HLADINI Shakti had for Krishna and the sacrifice she made for the African devotees. And I can only repeat some of these qualities I personally witnessed. As it was mentioned, HLADINI came to Africa in a dress of a sannyasini. She was one of the few ladies that Kitananda Swami had experimented with as women sannyasis. But when she came to Africa later on, she dropped that title. In fact, I remember that at that time she came, there was another American lady devotee, Mahavegavati. She was also preaching in Africa. And she was very eager to be awarded sannyas. She had approached Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj a number of times, requesting Maharaj to give her sannyas, because HLADINI was answering the title Rishikesh Swami or Swamini. But all of a sudden, she dropped that title.
she renounced it and reverted back to her the name that Srila Prabhupada had given to her. So that was very striking, that, you know, having been elevated to the position of a sannyasi or sannyasini, she just dropped it and reverted to her normal status. So it was a sign of detachment. While Mahavegavati was aspiring, she was agitated. She wanted Bhaktitirtha Maharaj to give her the title. Hladini just dropped it. Hladini just dropped the title. And everyone was surprised. But that was her nature. She was very, very detached. That we could see. In fact, I think I heard that she was not a woman. Her behavior, her activities, her consciousness did not portray a soul in a woman's body. That was very obvious. Whenever I was around Mother Hladini, I felt I was with a very, very exalted personality, because there was no Maya, there was no space for Maya in her life. There was no room for Maya in her life, even in the body of a woman. She was always blissful. She was always Krishna conscious, and she was always spreading that level of consciousness amongst the people she associated with. She was completely liberated. She was not in this world. She never referred to herself as a woman or even as a devotee. But by her activities, it was very clear that she was not living in this world. She was living completely in Krishna consciousness. Wherever she went, she never left her loving deities, Sri Sri Gaur Nitai. They were always with her. She was always keeping their company. Whether we're on Harinam, whether we're on the preaching program, whether we were at a radio station or a television station, Mother Hladini would always carry her deities of Gaur Nitai. She was so attached to Gaur Nitai that they were inseparable. That much you could see. And as Varahaji mentioned, she could not give any single class without narrating one or two pastimes of Sri Sri Gaur Nitai. She loved Sri Sri Gaur Nitai so much that every moment she spoke about Sri Sri Gaur Nitai. If you wanted to hear the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya, you wanted to hear the pastimes of Lord Nityananda, just take to the association of Hladini Devi Dasi. She was a lover of Harinam. The few months she stayed in Ghana, there was not a single day that Mother Hladini did not go out on Harinam. And when she traveled with the Harinam party, she would want them to stay as long as possible. In those days, we used to go for Harinam for 2 weeks, or at most a month, and the devotees would return. But with Mother Hladini, she wanted them to just stay out there and chant and dance and cultivate people. She was very attracted to children. Wherever she went, she would always gather all the children together and she would make them sing and dance. And that was her character. Wherever she went, she would always influence the children to sing and dance. Sometimes we will move the party to a different location, but she would remain at the first or previous location because she has gathered so many children and making them to sing and dance. Sometimes we will perform our Harinam activities in 2-3 different spots, but she will be at the first spot. We have to go back to the first spot to pick her up because she'll be there singing and dancing with the children. HLADINI, she loved reading Chaitanya Charitamrita. I remember a number of times I would see her carrying Chaitanya Charitamrita. She would love to read. She was never idle. There was never a time I saw HLADINI Shakti sitting idle or engaged in some prajalpa or engaged in some activity that was not connected to Krishna consciousness. She was either reading Chaitanya Charitamrita, discussing Chaitanya Charitamrita, or preaching about Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda to others, or teaching people how to chant. She was such an amazing devotee. In fact, her impact in West Africa was tremendous. As it was mentioned earlier, at the time she arrived, there were a lot of ladies in the ashram, and there was a scramble for husbands. But with her influence, that scramble died down. She was promoting self-realization. She was promoting self-sufficiency. She was promoting self-satisfaction. She was impacting on the mothers that better you marry Krishna, better you become devoted to Krishna than trying to depend on some temporary man who may even disappoint you. She created that feeling among the ladies, and many women, they gave up the idea of scrambling for husbands. They took to Sankirtan, they took to preaching, they took to service, and that was her impact. She impacted so much on the devotees in West Africa. Personally, I learned a lot from HLADINI Devi Dasi. She spent 2 or 3 months with us in Ghana, and I traveled with her on Harinam a number of times, and I attended her classes practically every day. And I can say for sure that she did not speak from a mental platform. She did not speak from a bodily platform. She spoke from a devotional platform, a self-realized platform. That much I can say. So I can say that the opportunity that was given to us to associate with her was wonderful. She came to Africa to give us Krishna consciousness. And she did that to the very end of her life. We heard that she was given the opportunity to actually leave Liberia. She was given the opportunity to save her life by, the evacuation process that the American government had offered to American citizens. But she refused because she had come to offer Krishna consciousness to the Africans. And as Bhakta Flower said, she actually took with her all those devotees who were executed along with her. That was her mission. She came to teach Krishna consciousness. She came to demonstrate love of Godhead. She came to actually show the spirit of who is a Vaishnava. She was so selfless. And that is why she remained in Liberia until she lost her life. And I think Vara Prabhu also said, her death may seem very violent. Her death may register such negative feelings. Why should Krishna allow such an exalted devotee to leave the planet in such a manner? But actually, her death was very ecstatic. She knew she was going to leave. She aspired for it. She was already with Krishna. She had taken all these devotees along with her. And that is very significant. She did not go back home alone. She went back home with many African souls. And that is the reason why HLADINI Devi Dasi came to Africa. And therefore, I 100% support that she should be recognized as a Hare Krishna martyr for Africa, a saintly personality. It should be established in the records of the world, and of course, of the records of ISKCON, that she was an extraordinary devotee, and she left in an extraordinary manner, taking along with her many, many African souls. That is my humble submission, that this meeting would offer her that opportunity to be recognized for the service, the great service she did for the African devotees. Thank you for allowing us to say a few words about this very exalted Vaishnava. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, His Grace Srivas Dasvanachari, my beloved mentor. So great to hear from you. Devotees, we thank you all for still being here. We've been here for over 3 hours, and devotees are still here. There is one devotee, my precious auntie. I actually refer to her as my mother, and that is in the person of Mother Taruni. Mother Taruni, we apologize for keeping you here for all this while, because as students say, considering your age, we should have let you speak a little earlier, but forgive us. Mother Krishna Shakti, please, if you may introduce Mother Tarini Devi. Please.
All right, we would like to welcome Her Grace Taruni Devi Dasi. I'm going to have Mother Raja Leela provide an intro. Thank you very much.
Wow, this is okay, Krishna Shakti Devi. I am blessed to be able to share something about Mother Taruni. She is actually the mother of Gitanagari. She is one of those personalities that captured the heart of His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami, our revered Guru Maharaj, when he came here to Gitanagari in the very beginning, in 1995, when we arrived here. There were not so many devotees, and not many devotees were so supportive when we came. But Mother Taruni, she was one of those personalities that she just opened herself up, and she just made herself available in so many, many ways. Most importantly, she made herself available to all of the disciples that Bhaktitirtha Maharaj brought here to Gitanagari. She is a very senior devotee who actually met Srila Prabhupada in the very early days of her Krishna consciousness with her and her husband, Yadunandana Prabhu. Actually, Prabhupada stayed at her home, at her house. This was when she lived outside of New Vrindavan. And she, have been just that kind of saintly person also, that is a quiet, like HLADINI. She's quiet in the background. At the same time, she gives so much of herself simply by being that reciprocal person for those that need care. She reciprocates, and we are grateful in Gitanagara. We are so very grateful to have her here. Right now, I believe she's in Alachua, and we're missing her association. We thank you. We don't have very many Prabhupada disciples here, and that's why for us, she is one of those persons that we revered. As Sahadev Prabhu said, she's our mother. Mother Tyranny.
Hare Krishna. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Gyan Timrandasya Gnanjana Salakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I am overwhelmed. Well, thank you for those kind words. And as you know, I love you all. And I'm overwhelmed today hearing so much amazing glorification of HLADINI Devi, who I knew briefly at New Vrindavan. So I don't have a lot to add, but I can verify so many of the eloquent, amazing words and descriptions of her character and her unassuming character and unending, tireless love and devotion. When I knew her in 1972, HLADINI was up at the old farm, very rustic conditions. At some point, we had no soap, we had no running water. Maybe by then there was a little of those things, but you know, again, very rustic. Heating was all by wood, etc. But what I noticed, and one of the Prabhus, I think the first Prabhu who spoke, she talked about HLADINI's black feet. And that's one of the things I first noticed, that her dedication to Lord Jagannath, untiringly, and so devoted, so focused, so just complete, was like her children. She took care of them with so much love and fixed focus that she had no time to do any fancy things for herself, like, you know, extra. I mean, we didn't have good bathing facilities, so it wasn't easy either. But she didn't want to take the time away from all the special things she was doing for Lord Jagannath, Baladev, Lady Subhadra. I was astounded at that time. I had never seen that kind of fixed, constant, you know, very quietly going through her devotional services, and at the same time friendly and joyful and full of life. A very, very saintly, I noticed at that time, and it was astounding to see. And then we moved away after a while, and lived on a farm of our own right behind Bahulaban. So in 1973, at some point, it was Snanayatra time. And I guess by then the Lords had gone down to Madhaban. And that's the other thing that struck me so strongly, was all the different angles and variations of her devotion, and how you know, complex her ability to serve in all these various ways in the dreams with Lord Nityananda, and how eventually it transformed into the Harinam and Nitai Gauranga. You know, she was just like dedicated to them the same way she was to Lord Jagannath. I mean, they were her life and soul. Her service was her life and soul, her glorification of Srila Prabhupada, and then wherever she went and whatever she did, she influenced people. And so at this time in 1973, it was Snanayatra. I guess from hearing, she was probably at Madhaban with the Lords. And she asked if she could bring them for Snaniatra to our little cabin. Again, no running water, nothing special, but there was space away from the temple where she could serve them at that time when they were ill. So I got her association at that time. And, you know, her mood of just always serving and being unassuming, friendly, cheerful, joyful, ecstatically going through her day, but just focused, so focused that that's what I can say, is that it was a joy to have her. Somebody gave us a big thing of honeycomb for Balaram, and that I just remember enjoying the time with her. But the fact that there was nothing significant to talk about, it was just normal going through her service of untiring service. I mean, love. And hearing from all of you the varieties, the you know, of her her dedication and her giving of her life, even, but on the way, always giving her life in every circumstance to children, to anyone who would take this message and by her association improve and enrich their hearts. And that's what she did. She touched people's hearts easily by her and her love. What I'm wondering is where she came from, because when I first saw her, it was like, wow, how does this devotion develop? Like where she was initiated, how long she had been a devotee from the time, you know, I don't think she had a lot of personal association with Srila Prabhupada. So her mood of ecstatic, spontaneous love for the Lords and for the Vaishnavas, giving of herself constantly with no interruption, like nothing else. It was giving, giving, giving. So that's my little, I didn't have much to say, so I didn't know if this was really appropriate, but I'm just, you know, verifying all the beautiful saintly words that I have heard from everyone else, and about Hladini's saintliness is what I mean. And I do hope that she is honored more in our society and spoken about more, because she did set the most astounding example of service and Vaishnav behavior, love, and dedication to the Lords and to all of us. So thank you for asking me to speak, and I appreciate and grateful for being here, and feel very blessed to know more about this saintly Hladini Devi, friend, god sister, and great devotee. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Mother Trini Devi, my beloved mother. Thank you so much for sharing. All glories to your grace. All glories to her grace, Hladini Devi. We would like to go to her grace, Mother Kamagiri, to share briefly. But before we do that, we would like to share this. We've already mentioned about it, as to recognizing this Linda's iPhone keeps reminding me of Mother Hladini Shakti, because her legal name is Linda Jury. So when I see Linda's iPhone, it's nice to be reminded from all sides of Mother Hladini. So thank you, Linda. But there is a very good reason why we are demanding the recognition of Mother HLADINI as a modern day version of saint. Mother Malati so graciously, that was actually one of our arguments. Of course, we don't need to make arguments because the obvious is there, everybody can see it. But if we need to, we will. That Srila Prabhupada created so many saints, and one of such saints is Jayananda Prabhu. We all recognize his saintliness. So why not Mother HLADINI? So we have this we're going to share with you. We see we have Mother HLADINI with her beloved Lord Jagannath in his arm, in her arms. So Hare Krishna Africa stands to help the whole ISKCON world and the world to recognize Mother HLADINI as a version of saint. The reason is because we are basing all this on scriptural basis. And it's there. Anybody can read it. What makes one a saint? Her life of devotion is there. Pure bhakti, without devotion, without selfish motive, her seva, her tyaga, fearless sacrifice, diarrhea, steadfastness, and tolerance. We've heard so much about them from these various devotees. And community recognition. Devotees all over the world already recognize her legacy, and most devotees are very much inspired by her legacy. Her honor to as a true sadhu and Mahatma. Her service and sacrifice continue to uplift generations within ISKCON and beyond. And there is an ongoing veneration. Every year, different people from different parts of the world recognize her uniqueness and unique contribution to Srila Prabhupada's mission. So we have it here, the lives of saints are the lamps that light the path of devotion. So please help us all bring this light to the forefront so everybody will see it. Lord Jesus Christ said, no intelligent person will light a lamp and then hide it under a bushel. We bring it out for everybody to see. So we thank you, and there are many devotees here who are in agreement that this should come to pass. So with that, Mother Krishna Shakti, if you may kindly introduce Her Grace, Mother Kamagiri Devi, to also give us some few words, and then we'll continue from there. Hare Krishna.
Okay, I'm going to also defer again to Mother Rajalila to introduce Mother Kamagiri, because I just know that she's just one of my favorite mothers also. And but I feel like she needs a few more words. And I know you served in Puerto Rico and Columbus for years in many positions, and you're like one of the best cooks as well. But I think Mother Rajalila, I'm gonna let you introduce. Thank you so much.
Haribo Krishna Shakti, thank you so much again. I get some mercy. Thank you in this program. You know, yeah, we just heard about astounding example from Mother Taruni. She's speaking about Mother HLADINI. So Mother Krishna Kamagiri Mataji is another astounding example of Krishna Shakti. She, as you said, she's done amazing, amazing services. I always say that that Mother Kamagiri is like someone that is married to devotional service. She is that kind of example. She has, I mean, of course, children and grandchildren. However, in her life, if we examine her life carefully, her first love and her first everything about her is that example of devotional life, is being engaged in devotional service. And as you said, she's been so many places offering her service. This is what's so wonderful about the daughters of Srila Prabhupada, is they bring treasures to teach us, just how we can take one little drop of what they've done for Srila Prabhupada and own that for ourselves in our own examples. So what Mother Krishna Kamagiri has done for me over the years, after first meeting her many, many years ago, by the mercy of His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami, is she's taught me and so many devotees how to serve the devotees. She continuously lived that example. She's someone that is embodiment of serving devotees. And one way that we can understand that, we just read these examples of HLADINI. One of the things about HLADINI is that she was not envious. And so this example of Mother Kamagiri is, she shows that mood of being non-envious by how she supports the representatives of Srila Prabhupada. This is something I learned from her over and over and over again by the love that I've seen her express for Srila Radhanath Swami, for His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami, who I know I can feel her love. I can actually feel her love. I can feel her dedication. I can feel her devotion when I am around her, when she would be in association with those devotees, and even when they're not there. So, Mother Kamagiri, there's no words that I can say about who you are to us in your representation of Srila Prabhupada. I just thank you so much. So much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for sharing that, Mother Prajalila Devi. So, Mother Kamagiri Devi, please give me a mute. Hare Krishna.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Govani Pacharni Nirvishesha Shunyavari Paskatya Desatani Vanchakapatubhyascha Kripa Sindubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Well, I have to do a lot of corrections on Rajalila's, I mean, that's her feeling, but I know that doesn't pertain to me. But the real truth of it is, when you're in the association of such devotees, your only desire is to somehow or other, by their mercy and grace, if they allow that you have an opportunity to do and render any kind of seva to them. So it's only by their mercy and grace that I've been able to do anything. Actually, Yamuna Devi sent me, the words that Malati Prabhu spoke exactly. And I was going to share that on her behalf, because just like, some of us, I didn't really have her personal association, but I have been in her presence, and I have heard so many pastimes about her service to Lord Jagannath. And as my god sister in the beginning was saying, like when you associate with, certain individuals, you begin to take on their look. I always felt that when I looked at her, that I was seeing Lord Jagannath, But one small story I can share, and it's not very long, is that in Cleveland, we had our first public big Rath Yatra. And it was during the time of a temple president named Arjit Prabhu. And I used to have a photo, but, in the midst of moving around to so many places, it kind of escaped me. But Mother HLADINI brought Lord Jagannath and some smaller Lord Jagannaths to Cleveland for that Rath Yatra. And they were actually on our Lord Jagannath altar. So our whole Jagannath altar was filled with Lord Jagannath. And so, I got a chance to see how much love she served those deities. And when I read Mother Yamuna's, what Mother Malati shared, I was literally in tears, literally in tears, because I could relate to everything that she was saying. I could feel her love and her emotions, and, related to all the pastimes that I've heard about her over the years. So I'm going to exit my sharing because, so many more devotees have much more to say than me. But thank you, Sahadev, for giving me an opportunity. I was thinking that once Malati spoke that I was free, So, I was like, John, because this is one of the most difficult services for me, but I thank all of you so much, and for having the courage to speak up, because sometimes we don't have the courage to speak up, to honor great Vaishnavas. You just whatever they want to do, okay, it's okay, but it's not okay. So thank you all for, like banding together to have this fight, so we're going to be fighting for Mother Ladini, So thank you all, Prabhu. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for your causeless mercy upon all of us to give us this opportunity to engage in Lord Chaitanya Sankirtan movement under your guidance and under the guidance of your obedient servants, that give us direction and light on this path. And thank you so much to everyone. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Mutakamagiri Devi, my beloved auntie. How fortunate some of us are to have such wonderful aunties and uncles and brothers all over the world. Again, we thank you all for being here and being here all this while. We're getting closer to 4 hours. And that reminds me of when His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj was sharing the glorious pastimes of His Holiness Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. Everybody thought Maharaj was going to speak for a few minutes, and it ended up being 6 hours, and it still was like 10 minutes to him. So we are very insignificant, and somehow we're trying to follow suit. But we cannot start or end this program without giving our biggest recognition and greatest thanks to Jagat Guru Param Guru Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada is not a spiritual guru only for this 5, 6 continents we know on this earth. He is a spiritual master in the entire universe. So in this movement, there are so many great souls that also come and participate in our Sangha. So in this Sangha, even though we may not have the eyes to see, and I'm not claiming that I have the eyes to see, but I have the eyes from my heart to see that there are many invincible beings with us, glorifying Her Grace Ladini Devi, because that is what great souls do. They glorify fellow great devotees. And with that being said, we're going to play this beautiful tune for a great departed soul. We paused for 35 seconds from the very beginning because it is 35 years since Ladini Devi left us. So we're going to play Ji Analilo. And then after that, I'm so happy to see Acharya Prabhu in the building, in the house. We're going to introduce him after the Ji Analilo, because Acharya Prabhu is one of the few devotees left who were in the temple at the time of this attack. And he was able to hide himself by Guru Krishna's grace. He's still here with us. He is now in the US as we speak, but we will get to him, Prabhuji. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go to Ji Analilo.
జయానిలో ప్రేమ దాన করুণা প্রচুর জয়ানিল প্রেম দানা করুণা প্রচুর হেন প্রভু কোথা গেলা আচার্য ঠাকুর হেন প্রভু কোথা গেলা আচার্য ঠাকুর कहाँ मोरा स्वरूप रूप कहाँ सनातन कहाँ मोरा स्वरूप रूप कहाँ सनातन कहाँ दास रघु नाथ पतित पावन कहाँ दास रघु नाथ पतित पावन कहाँ मोर बट जुग कहाँ कवि राजा कहाँ मोर बट जुग कहाँ कवि राजा एक खाले कोथा गेला गोरा नटराज एक खाले कोथा गेला गोरा नटराज पाषाणे कुटी बो माथा आनाले पशिबो पाषाणे कुटी बो माता आनले पशिबो गौरांग गुणेर निधि कोथा गेले पाबो गौरांग गुणेर निधि कोथा गेले पाबो संगे जे कोइलो बिलास ते सब संगीर संगे जे कोई लो बिलास से संग न पाइया खांदे नरोत्तम धास से संग न पाइया खांदे नरोत्तम धास।
Hare Krishna. Thank you, all devotees. It is with such a heavy heart we all have gathered here. And before we bring this to a final closure in this particular Sangha, I must say I am very grateful to Mother HLADINI Devi because she personally, maybe later on I will share with you, she personally organized this Sangha. How things came together is beyond the ordinary human mind. She brought people together to make this happen. And I personally offered my apologies to her in the sense that we would have loved to play her favorite Lord Jagannath hymns to her, at least to play Jagannath Stotra or Jagannath Stakam. But because of time, we may not be able to do that. And it is also our honor and great privilege that we have His Grace Acharya Prabhu, my senior god brother, here with us. And Prabhuji, we've already spent so much time, but we would love to hear from you because you happen to be amongst all of us here. You happen to be the only person that was in the temple at the time of the attack. And even before the attack, you lived through it all. And I'm fortunate that you've shared so much with me personally. That makes me feel like I was also there. But it's worth hearing from the horse's own mouth. So with that, Acharya Prabhu, before you even actually speak, Acharya Prabhu, like I said, is my god brother, is a disciple of His Holiness Bhaktisiddhanta Swami Maharaj. He is originally Sri Lankan, but he lived in Liberia and served in the Liberia temple. So Prabhuji, please, if you may unmute and then you share with us. I hope you are hearing me. Prabhuji is sometimes a little bit hard hearing. That's why I'm asking that. But Prabhuji, please, if you're hearing us, you may unmute and then you share some memories of Her Grace HLADINI Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna. You are muted. If you can unmute your microphone, Acharya Prabhu. No, you are still muted. Let me do this. Acharya Prabhu, stop speaking, please. Stop speaking. We do not hear you because your microphone is muted.
Sadi Prabhu, can you send him a request to unmute?
Yes, I did. I did, but it seems he's not saying.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Hare Krishna, thank you.
Okay. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Those Gurudev, Vanchakalpa Talbiyascha, Kripan Sunbyasa Patitanam, Pavanivasha, I had the good fortune of associating with very great devotees while I was in Liberia, where I took initiation. I'm originally from Sierra Leone, and by Christ's mercy, I went to Liberia to go to school for aviation, and I met devotees there. Devotees or Dr. Das, who actually introduced me to Krishna consciousness. He also left his body recently. I had the good fortune of associating with the Landini Maharaj, and she was very inspiring. One thing to be noted about her was she always carried her own personal Gurani deities instead of them. And I think on two occasions I was there, she came with Gurudev, and she unloaded her deities, and it's also always put on the altar when she comes, along with the other Gurani deities we had. Unfortunately, those deities were destroyed, and only one I was able to see. I showed to Vara Prabhu, and my godbrother took it to Nigeria later, which is at least one of the Nityananda. I cannot tell whether it was Lendini's deity or the original deity that we had in Monrovia. Anyhow, Lendin Maharaj was very enthusiastic in her devotional service. That is beyond doubt. It's beyond calculation. She was very enthusiastic. Devotees, people were evacuated. American nationals were being evacuated from Monrovia when the war entered Monrovia. It had been in the interior for over 6 months to 8 months. But when it did enter Monrovia, America was taking our citizens away with helicopters to Freetown, but she refused to leave devotees. I think I personally told her to leave, and she refused to leave because I was like the only devotee that I spent the longest time in Monrovia. I told her to leave, and she didn't leave. As time went on, in my absence, they moved to Bruceland Island, and they were introduced to the rebel leader Prince Johnson, and she tried her best to convince Prince Johnson that what he was doing was wrong. That is the level of her enthusiasm, going to the extra mile to tell a really sinful person that, hey, you're wrong. I'm not that you're wrong, but what you're doing would bring you bad karma. And she ended up writing a letter to him, preaching to him. This actually aggravated the rebel leader, and he came one night on the 19th of September and took the devotees away and killed them. He was actually, the rebel leader actually supported devotees to some extent. I think that's what made Lendini feel free to talk to him in the letter, which I took personally. Well, maybe fortunately or unfortunately, I did not meet the rebel leader, but I left the letter with his bodyguards at a checkpoint. I think he came and they read the letter aloud, and he felt bad because he thought Lendini and devotees were his friend. But we should also note the sacrifices made by other devotees during that time. They were really selfless. The head of them was Ganapati Das Prabhu. He was a devotee who did not care about anything except devotional service. Ganapati was a great devotee. Backed up by Lendini, it was a great association there. They did their best to spread Krishna consciousness both in Sierra Leone and Liberia. And Anyhow, this letter aggravated the rebel leader, and he came, collected the bodies overnight, and killed them on Stockton Bridge. 8 devotees were taken. Landini herself, Kanapati, Satyananda Das, Satyananda's wife, those were the initiator devotees, and then one Bhakta who was Liberian, associating with the devotees at that time, and then 3 other Bhaktas from Nigeria. All of them joined, came to associate during the wartime. So they were killed and the bodies were thrown into the Stockton Creek. We who survived, Jeremiah Das and myself, hid in the wardrobe. And that's how we survived. And Aditya Prabhu, I think he hid under a chair. But about Landini Maharaj, when the rebel leader came, she did not do anything to show any kind of fear. She said, "What I saw and heard, take me alone." That's what she said. I heard that and I saw it. And then the rebel leader said, "I gave you my money, I gave you my food, and then you betrayed me." And she kept saying, "Take me alone." She sensed that he came for destruction. So I think when she said that for the second time, the rebel leader said, Prince Johnson said, "Everybody outside." At that time, I had just returned to my hiding place due to a signal I got from the bodyguard that was at the door of the room. So as soon as I sat down, I heard everybody outside. Landini also had spiritual. She also had spiritual signs that she should leave, but she did not leave. Her Sayansi rope on her wrist came loose. She told me that her Sayansi came rope on her wrist came loose without anybody touching it while she was sleeping. So she was very morose. I think it was just within 5 days all this happened. Because President Doe was killed on the 10th, 9th, going to 10th morning, and devotees were taken on the 19th night. So it was within 10 days. Within that 10 days, the letter was written. I took the letter and devotees were collected and killed. So the Sayansi rope came off during that time. After she sent the letter, I think after the rope came off, it just took about 2 days, then Pinjasi came. But she knew, like she was aware of what was going on, what was going to happen. But she made no attempt to leave whatsoever. And it was still possible for her to go to American embassy. So her main aim was to really stay with devotees and kind of protect them, I believe, I think she thought she could protect devotees somehow. Or she was just there fulfilling Guru's mission. She was a great devotee, a personality beyond question. And taking her background she came from, she told me personally that she came from a background where her parents can go to Russia or somewhere and have dinner and come back the next day. And that she personally had a sport car. And because of that sport car, she had a lot of friends. Now, when you talk about sports cars in the West, these are cars that cost between $75,000 to $150,000. And she was telling me, oh, material things are just not so tangible, because once you lose them, you lose everything. She told me that she had this sport car and she had a lot of friends, but when she had the accident with the sport car, all the friends went away. She recalled her coming life that way to me. But she was indeed a personality to be reckoned with when it comes to devotional service. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Acharya Prabhu, and we thank you, Guru and Krishna, for protecting your life and keeping you safe to be here with us today. Prabhuji works with the aviation, so he's constantly traveling. So as you may say, he's speaking to us from his vehicle. We graduate.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, I'm trying
Hare
to raise
Krishna.
my hands. I couldn't.
Sorry, please.
Hare Krishna, sorry to interrupt. I tried
It's
to raise
okay.
my hand, but
Sorry.
just one record to be made straight. All the devotees were taken. One person was not killed. Yogamaya. Yogamaya
Yes,
was.
I forgot to mention her.
She was not killed.
Yeah.
She went. Prince Johnson took her with him, and then after when the ECOMOG people took over, they freed her, and then she went back to Nigeria. So that's
Yes,
just
I'm sorry, I forgot.
one point to be. I also didn't mention that, but when he came to say that they were all taken with Yogamaya, so that people shouldn't think Yogamaya was killed during that time. She wasn't killed. She survived. She was not killed by Prince Johnson.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah, Hare Krishna.
Right on.
Yeah, Hare Krishna.
I'm sorry I forgot to mention her. Yes, she was taken on one of my trips to Liberia and back. While Srimad Bharama Prabhu was a temple president in Freetown, I saw her. I don't remember if I told Vara Prabhu, but I saw her and she was actually among the rebels at that time. That time the peacekeeping force had not spread out. So I reported this to the peacekeeping force, but they were not able to do anything about it. I even chased the car she was in. Or later on, when I came back with Vara Maharaj to get so you can do assessments of the temple according to Guru's instruction, we could not find her. And that time it was still intense. The rebels were still around a lot. Anyhow, I later learned that she went to Nigeria, but she did not go to temple. She was so traumatized. You know, she was kept among the rebels, and it was when you are among the rebels as a lady, so it's a lot of distress, a lot of distress.
Yeah.
She was completely traumatized. I will not even blame her for not going back to temple, although she should have. But I know I was there, and I know what I went through. I was like sometimes at the temple, Vara Prabhu, and I'll just wake up like they're coming, oh, they're coming. You know, it was very, very traumatic. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. That is PTSD. It's a very bad experience, but when we go through such traumatic situation, it kind of haunts us. But Acharya Prabhu, I would like to say to you that when you were actually sharing with me, you did mention to me that Yogamaya was not killed by Prince Johnson. So that is it. We would like to bring this to a final close, and we would like to do what we call credits. And we would like to do that by first going to His Holiness Raghunath Swami Maharaj. We would like to extend our deepest appreciation to His Holiness Raghunath Swami Maharaj for spending time with us, even though it is a bit tight for him. He is in Italy as we speak. He has lots of engagements, but he still tried to make time to be with us. Our greatest gratitude and thanks to him, to His Holiness. We would also like to extend our greatest gratitude to our Universal Mother, Her Grace Mother Malati Devi, as quite aged as she is still worked with us behind the scene, bringing all these great devotees together to make this sharing a possibility. Mother Malati has also been so gracious and been speaking with us on the Hare Krishna Africa platform, sharing Srimad Bhagavatam with us every month, at least once every month. So we thank her for that. We would like to also extend our greatest gratitude to Her Grace Mother Rukmini Devi. I don't know for some reason, but Mother Rukmini Devi, whenever I see her or I interact with her, she reminds me so much of devotional service. It's just like one great uncle I have also in Gidanagri. Anytime we have any sangha, and this devotee is the Bubrit Prabhu, I am compelled to put on tilak, because you're hardly ever going to see Bubrit Prabhu without tilak. And so a devotee is someone whom you see, he or she reminds you of Krishna. And Mother Rukmini somehow helps me with this experience and realization. Her Grace, Mother Tarini, I always say, I am in a black body, Mother Tarini is in a white body. And if Mother Tarini were in a black body, she looks pretty much just like my biological mother. And she also loves me just like my biological mother. When we first came to Gidanagri, she kind of adopted me as her son. And I do not take that lightly. I do not take that for granted. Thank you so much for being with us and also sharing with us about the glories of Mother HLADINI Devi. Mother Vishwadika, she is not here at the moment because she is in India and her time is pretty much late, but we cannot thank her enough for all her contributions and her sharing on this platform. She had lots of conversation with us back and forth, helping us brainstorm how to make this Sangha a very glorious one. We thank her so much, Mother Vishwadika. His Holiness Chandramali Maharaj, we're going to extend our warmest gratitude to him, even though he is not here with us physically, but spiritually, he's been here with us. Maharaj originally was going to be speaking with us, but at the last minute, he had other engagements that could not let him be here with us. And of course, he's also in India, so the timing was also not quite favorable for him to be here with us. Nevertheless, we offer and extend our warmest gratitude and thanks to His Holiness for all his love and support with this this program we're having here. We also would like to go to Her Grace, Mother Vraja Leela, the eternal pastimes of the Supreme Lord in the holy groups of Shri Vrindavan. Mother Vraja Leela is like the cornerstone without whom nothing can be built. So Mother Vraja Leela, even though she is my big sister, but she so kindly serves as a mother to me and to many others. And we also cannot thank her enough for her support in making this ceremonial celebration a reality. Then His Grace, Srivas Dasbanachari, who is the main reason why a rascal Richard Sahadev sitting here is here trying to be a devotee, because he was my mentor and he continues to be my mentor. He taught me how to practice devotional service. So I am eternally indebted to His Grace, Srivas Dasbanachari. He first trained me in public relations, and I fell in love with public relations. So thank you so much. In fact, probably some people may not know, but His Grace Srivastava Vanachari is also one of the main brains behind the formation and establishment of this Hare Krishna Africa. So we thank you enough. And then His Grace, Shriman Varaha Acharya Prabhu, my beloved God brother, and also a great mentor to me. I always appreciate him, but I even appreciated him more when I was speaking to Acharya Prabhu, because in the face of the senseless war in Liberia that took so many lives, Acharya Prabhu and Shimavara Prabhu were to travel from Sierra Leone to Liberia. And because the environment was so toxic, it was advised that they do not go to sleep in the temple. They find somewhere, go maybe to a hotel. And Shimavara Prabhu says, no way, we're going to go to the temple. So he has this spirit of serving Krishna under all circumstances, under all conditions. And that is why, even though he is English-speaking individual, he is now based in Togo, which is a French-speaking country. And he writes, speaks French as if he was born a French-speaking individual. He also has been translating Srila Prabhupada's books into local dialects to make it accessible for local people to come to understand Srila Prabhupada's teachings. So we're very grateful that you were able to take some of your busy time to be with us and sharing your direct realizations with Mother HLADINI. And then we go to, who else did I leave out? Of course, Mother Kamagiri Devi. Yeah, Mother Kamagiri Devi, we cannot thank you enough. It was by her grace that we were able to have His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj with us. And man, I'm sorry. I have to be careful because I'm speaking in public. But I say, on behalf of Hare Krishna Africa, we say big thank you. Mother Kamagiri at some point was not giving me any breathing space. She will communicate with me. The next 5 minutes, she will get back to me. The next 20 minutes, she will get back to me. I'll get back to her for some clarifications, and then she will get back to me. It got to a point I said, I'm tired. But all in all, it's been so beautiful. I remember very well when we first came to Gidanagri. I didn't know Mother Kamagiri, she didn't know me, but as soon as she saw me, she picked me up onto her lap and she was patting me like a baby. And she's been treating me like that ever since. Thank you so much, my sweet auntie. And then Dr. Flowers, it's amazing that you've been able to be here. And personally, when you did share the eulogy with me, of course, we had to share here. And like I said, I prayed to Krishna because when I read that eulogy, I could not help myself but just sobbing. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here and sharing all these amazing pastimes with us. And of course, His Grace Acharya Prabhu, thank you so much. And we thank Krishna that somehow Krishna spared your life in the face of this atrocity. We just have to mention Prince Johnson's name. Otherwise, he is so diabolic that mentioning his name would force you to observe a fast. He was very evil, very, very evil. All Mother Ladini did was to remind him that we're going to reap whatever we sow. And that tipped him off. Just came and then killed her and all. Mother Ladini could have been spared. But she said, how dare you touch the devotees of the Lord? And it's a very wonderful thing for us all to learn that under no circumstance should we stand idle when we see fellow devotees being harassed. And Mother Krishna Shakti, of course, Krishna Shakti. Names are not given in vain. She has the Shakti of Lord Krishna. And we thank you so much for helping moderate this program. His Grace Salika Prabhu, thank you so much. And last but not the least, we cannot thank you all assembled Vaishnavi devotees for your contribution, for your help, for your prayers and inspiration to making this a reality. This is just the beginning. It has to continue till time indefinite. And with that, every year, as long as we are in this body, we're going to have the opportunity to gather together and honor and glorify Mother Ladini Devi. So with that, we're going
Haribol Saha. Saha, before you close.
Yes.
Before you close.
Yes.
In the mood of Mother Ladini and being very inclusive, I want to thank you and your team. Salika Prabhu, Kusha Prabhu, you mentioned Krishna Shakti, and of course you, Saha. You said without the foundation, things doesn't happen. And you were persistent. You had that mood of bringing everyone together, and you continue to do that. The second program I've seen you do with great success, spiritual success. You're pleasing our spiritual master so much. Thank you very much.
Well, Hare Krishna, thank you so much. I am just grateful that I could be in the association of such wonderful devotees that we could come together in our own little way to serve. And Guru and Krishna and the Vaishnava devotees are helping us tremendously. So with that being said, we're going to humbly request all the devotees to kindly unmute yourselves, and we all with one voice, one heart, chant Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, and let this gathering not just be a gathering of sharing, but a gathering of living by the principles and the legacy of a Grace Ladini Devi, so that we will do anything and everything to serve the Lord and also the Vaishnava devotees. So we humbly requesting you all to kindly unmute yourselves, and we all chant Hare Krishna. Please die. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
All glories to her grace. Ladini Devi ki. All glories to Jagat Guru Param Guru Shri Prabhupada ki. Jai.
Jai Krishna.
Hare Krishna.